Muy buenos días a todos. Tenía el micrófono muteado. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Quería platicar con ustedes el día de hoy, antes de irnos al casino, del dólar. El dólar, tíos, está amenazando con todo y yo creo que mucha gente lo está completamente ignorando, al igual que lo de los bonos, donde completamente tengo que admitir, creo que cometí un error gigantesco. Ahora, ese error gigantesco va acompañado de bastantes consecuencias significantes en todo esto, ¿ok? Y de nuevo, puedo estar equivocado en esta forma otra vez, ¿no? Les voy a contar lo que está pasando alrededor del mundo en este momento. Uno, estás viendo el dólar apreciarse, estás viendo el rendimiento de los bonos subir, estás viendo a un mercado que ha sido alcista, pero sin parar como loco. Has visto todo eso al mismo tiempo. Eso normalmente nunca pasa. Un mercado alcista no va acompañado de un dólar fuerte, mínimo no en el pasado reciente, en lo que hemos estado analizando todas estas tablas. Entonces, quiero poner en la mesa esto porque, una vez más, porque de verdad hay dos escenarios que van a jugarse. Uno, continuar inflando todo, que debería de ser el que yo pensé que iba a ser el escenario original, donde les dije, güey, los bonos están haciendo un nuevo, los rendimientos de los bonos están haciendo un nuevo alto, pero va a ser más bajo y van a regresarse. Y los bonos van en camino en este momento a básicamente niveles de cuando jamás. Están el rendimiento del bono a 10 años en 4.5%, topó en 4.8% en ese entonces. Para que tengan esa idea. Pero en ese entonces imprimimos muchísimo dinero. Esta vez no. Estamos viendo el euro ser castigado contra el dólar, al peso obviamente. Al yen está perdiendo bastante valor también contra el dólar. El dólar se está fortaleciendo durísimo. Llegó a estar en 107. En 107. Es un nivel que no veíamos hace básicamente más de un año. Y tiene fuerza para continuar haciendo nuevos saltos. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Esto quiere decir para todos ustedes que tal vez no estén tan familiarizados con toda esta basura de política que nos platican todo el tiempo y que nos cuentan, es sencillo. Donald Trump, todo el mundo está pensando que va a ser lo mejor para el mercado porque va a bajar los intereses y porque le va a dar dinero gratis a todo el mundo y va a imprimir como loco. Pero Elon Musk, que es el dueño de Donald Trump, porque ahorita en el Partido Demócrata, el dueño del Partido Demócrata es Google, Apple, Jeff Bezos, Microsoft, Bill Gates, toda esta gente que tiene para contribuir son ellos, ¿no? Porque puedes ver el ataque en contra de Elon, lo quieren fuera de el establecimiento, que son ellos. Está entrando el nuevo tío, del otro lado el dueño del partido se llama Elon Musk. Y el dueño del partido, Elon Musk, lo que está buscando en este momento y ha creado una nueva agencia que se llama Doge, que está muy chistoso porque es como Dogecoin, ¿no? Pero Doge, que es el departamento del de las eficiencias de gobierno, empezó y aparte también unió a Vivek Ramaswamy, que es el otro tío que estaba corriendo para presidente en la Carta Republicana. Ellos juntos tienen un trabajo y ese trabajo es reducir el gasto innecesario de todos los ciudadanos que pagamos impuestos en Estados Unidos. Si vas en X, hay una cuenta de Doge del Departamento de Eficiencias de Gobierno. El que maneja esa, por cierto, quien maneja esa cuenta, crack, y están poniendo todas las cosas que quieren reducir. Ahorita ya pusieron un plano donde ponen, aquí hay 900,000 millones de dólares, 900 billones de dólares que podemos reducir sobre todo el gasto público, que son programas tontos. Ahora, aquí hay narrativas muy tontas. Las narrativas tontas que les están vendiendo a todos es que van a dejar de darle dinero a científicos que están probando cómo un gato reacciona cuando le das cocaína y chupatetas, ¿no? Están cortando también ayuda a gente para que vaya a Egipto. Están pura cosa estúpida. Y la realidad de esto es que cualquier persona que sepa cómo manejar una empresa y cómo tienes que recortar un presupuesto, empiezas por las cosas grandes, es lo más fácil del mundo, porque ¿por qué me voy a enfocar en cuántas cosas que, o sea, puedo enfocarme literalmente en cosas, programas de gobierno que cuesten a los ciudadanos $1,000,000 cada uno, habría 1,000 de esos por 1,000,000,000, por cada billón. Pero en vez, si voy y ponte tú, no estoy diciendo que lo van a hacer, pero que cortes el gasto de guerra, de defensa, esos son 1,000,000,000 eso literalmente es 700 a casi 800, es casi $1 trillón. Es la mitad de tu déficit, lo puedes cortar ahí. Entonces, cortarías las cosas más grandes para empezar, pero ahorita yo creo que todo el mundo, lo que todo el mundo lo está tirando a pendejo y a loco es porque están poniendo cosas muy estúpidas. Y yo creo que lo están haciendo a propósito para que la gente no tenga miedo de lo que va a pasar, porque no están hablando de gente en el gobierno perdiendo su trabajo, no están hablando de gente que es parte de programas de gobierno que está perdiendo su trabajo y las repercusiones económicas que va a tener el desinflar la bolsa, porque eso definitivamente, para que todo el mundo sepa, no puedes retirar dinero del sistema sin que el sistema sufra. No hay forma. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa cuando retiras el gasto público? Hay menos dólares entrando al sistema. Los mismos dólares que están circulando se vuelven más valiosos porque son menos que antes y siguen desapareciendo poco a poco y va a ser más difícil obtener esos dólares, lo que los revaloriza y los pone fuertes. Ese es el escenario que nos está presentando el dólar en este momento, pero viene acompañado también de un pompazo de mercado que no tiene sentido, en mi opinión. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que todo esto se va a voltear y nos vamos a ir al piso y que esto se va a acabar. Simplemente estoy diciendo que en la guerra de divisas algo feo le viene a Europa, horrendo, no puedo imaginar, porque si el dólar se está apreciando fuerte y vimos lo que le pasó a Europa en el 2022, cuando eso tuvo el mismo efecto el euro contra el dólar, ahorita les va a pasar igual, pero ahora Europa está en una peor situación porque literalmente han destruido toda su economía con todas las políticas que les hemos hecho poner, porque de nuevo, Europa no maneja Europa, Estados Unidos maneja Europa a través de política exterior, dándole dinero a sus europeos, a los políticos europeos, que es lo que mucha gente no comprende, por qué Europa está autodestruyéndose. No se están autodestruyendo. Literalmente lo que están haciendo es invitando a Estados Unidos a que diga qué es lo que le conviene a Estados Unidos en Europa y a las empresas de Estados Unidos en Europa. Recuerden, no actuamos como Estados Unidos como un país, sino que nuestro gobierno es un lobby de 100 empresas y esas 100 empresas están diciéndole, oye, ¿sabes qué estaría chido? Si eres una empresa de energía como ExxonMobil o Chevron, ¿sabes qué estaría chido? A quitarle todo el contrato de gas a Putin y a Rusia y que nos lo den a nosotros. ¡Pum! No te preocupes, carnal. Hecho, dame 10,000 millones de dólares y lo armamos. Y todo ese tipo de cosas es lo que estamos viviendo. También utilizamos Europa como otra arma de propaganda. Para mucha gente que no sepa esto, ¿cómo hacemos eso? Sencillo. Agarramos y probamos cosas que vamos a poner en Estados Unidos para precalentar a la gente. Algo que pueden ver en todos lados es la censura en redes sociales en el Reino Unido, en Europa. De nuevo, nuestros políticos, díganme una sola cosa que los políticos han hecho bien por nosotros. Una, no hay. No hay. Nuestros políticos no están buscando el bien de todos, están buscando que nos quedemos callados para que no nos podamos quejar y que nos demos, porque ya todos nos dimos cuenta que nos están robando completamente todo. Y como ya todo el mundo se dio cuenta, pues lo mejor que podemos hacer es callarlos y hacerlos ver como si estuvieran locos. Entonces, en Europa estamos probando toda esa censura primero antes de traerle a Estados Unidos para normalizarla en la cabeza de todos y también para que nadie sospeche, ¿no? Porque si empieza Europa a atacar a Facebook, pero no le pasa nada, empieza Europa a atacar a TikTok, pero no le pasa nada, y empiezan a atacar a X y empiezan a hacer amenazas, no se puede ver tanto lo que están haciendo en realidad, pero es parte del plan total. Entonces, Europa no pinta bien la cosa para ustedes, Reino Unido, la cosa no pinta nada bien para ustedes. En Estados Unidos la cosa probablemente no vaya a pintar bien para nosotros, pero una economía fuerte con un dólar fuerte a largo plazo va a ser muy bueno para nosotros. Simplemente quiero poner en la mesa que mucha gente y muchos analistas, y no digo muchos, estoy diciendo todos, no hay nadie que esté tomando en serio el plan de Elon Musk, de Donald Trump, con toda esta gente que está contratada. Por cierto, el gabinete, no todos, pero grandes cracks, grandes cracks, grandes cracks. Y estoy encantado de ver la desesperación del partido en el establecimiento, como por ejemplo AOC diciendo que cómo se nos ocurre poner a Tulsi Gabbard de defensa de ministra de inteligencia cuando ella es súper pro guerra. Tu partido nos llevó a fondear 2 guerras alrededor del mundo que afectan a 6 a 8 diferentes países en este momento, tía. ¿De qué mierdas estás hablando? Y me da mucho gusto que estén en pánico, que la vivan bien y dense cuenta de estas contradicciones, señores, por favor. Muy importante entenderlas, como Elizabeth Warren diciendo, tenemos que hacer todo por el pueblo americano antes de que entre Trump. ¿Qué has hecho? Además de decir que estás en una guerra contra cripto porque lavan dinero, las cosas que más puedes perseguir el dinero ¿no? En esas tradicionales redes blockchain donde puedes leer literalmente todo el gasto de todo. ¿no? Y donde el gobierno americano sabemos que usa el dólar y el sistema bancario para poder proveer a los narcotraficantes y a todos los dueños de otros países con cuentas bancarias y sistemas y beneficios financieros, pues esa misma persona que nos dice que nos va a tener que hacer todo lo posible para pasar esto, tenemos que empezar a darnos cuenta del palo que sea. Ahora, puede que el palo de Trump sea un palo como con el de Elon Musk, puede que sea un palo con todos, pero mínimo vamos a probar algo nuevo, ¿no? ¿No? Si ya te follaron de un lado, vas a ver el otro a ver si te van a follar igual. Y ya si nos follan ahí, podemos juntarnos todos a platicar, pero por ahora las cosas pintan bien, solo que para todos nosotros que somos aficionados de la bolsa, interesante lo que se está dando, y sin más ni más vamos a ir al casino El Tío Salo. Para la gente que estuvo ayer en la clase en vivo, wow, por cierto, qué clase, aprendí yo más que, no sé si aprendí más que ustedes, pero aprendí muchísimo, qué locura, no lo puedo creer diciéndolo. Tuvimos eso, les vamos a mandar un correo después hoy, acabando de esto voy a platicar con Bruno, les vamos a mandar un correo para que puedan ver la clase a todos los que tengan la suscripción de los en vivos y esto no es algo que va a pasar todo el tiempo, vamos a tener una sección en el sitio para ustedes que puedan volver a ver eso y vamos a agregar varias de las preguntas muy interesantes que nos hicieron al curso y vamos a crear una librería también para ustedes para que lo puedan tener porque creo que le va a beneficiar bastante a todo el mundo. Sin más ni más, yo creo que vamos a comenzar, vamos a analizar este mercado tan absolutamente ridículo, se va a poner buena la cosa. El mercado en rojo fuerte, ¿eh? El día de hoy es viernes, podemos ver Joe Biden, la moneda de Biden está explotando, es lo único que tengo verde en mi tabla. Todas mis demás acciones están en el nabo. Bitcoin está aguantando por ahí de los $89,000. Los Solamis, el peso en 24. ¿Cuál es el siguiente movimiento al peso? Continuar empujando en el 26.5 y van a ver que el dólar contra el peso va a comenzar una vez más a subir y esto va a ser fuerte. Vamos a ver, esto es algo que a mí me interesa muchísimo, ver qué es lo que vamos a hacer exactamente con México y cómo los vamos a tratar, porque parece ser que estamos buscando aliados en otro lugar, que siempre he dicho, Estados Unidos no quiere ayudar a México, está en su mejor interés que no sea una nación que le rompa el culo a todo el mundo, pero vamos a ver qué se da. Tengo acá al tío Farhan para todos ustedes. Prepárense, alístense, estírense, que vamos casi 4 horas seguidas a analizar todos los precios que nos pongan en el chat de Vimeo. Por favor, no lo olviden. Y cualquier cosa, si sobran, vamos a venir obviamente acá al canal de YouTube a recoger sus comentarios. Recuerden, analizamos en inglés, luego lo paso yo español y se los doy, pero en el día de hoy solo tengo a Farhan conmigo. Alex no está bastante bien de salud, digamos, pero nada grave, simplemente tiene que descansar el tío, así que se van a tener que conformar con nosotros, sobre todo con lo que aprendí ayer. Vamos a poder hacer un análisis más duro. Alrighty, buddy, let us go. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, sir. Pretty good. How about yourself?
You feeling good? You look good.
Yeah, I almost died a little earlier in the morning. I was walking down my phone. Fibonacci lost this going to my feet, and I went down. I caught myself, though. It would have been real bad if I didn't catch myself.
Going down the stairs?
Yep.
Oh my God. So that happens to me because we also have like really steep stairs right here. And Fiona, when she was old, she couldn't go down the stairs well. And she would every now and then like not fall, but like go as if she was going to fall. So my job was to hold her. I can't tell you how many times I've already almost broken my ankles on the staircase. And then now Vinny is so short. His legs are like this tall. So he can barely go down the stairs, and he does the same thing to me. So I'm destined to break my face in those stairs. It's going to happen, just so you know.
Hey,
so
you and me both.
Exactly. You and me both. But
when me and Alex were in Athens in June, I believe it was, I literally did fall down the stairs. But thankfully, I fell on my ass instead of the other way around.
It's so scary. And also, by the way, you're young still. Like I'm getting to that age where I need to press the life alert button.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Quick, I've fallen and I can't get up. I need help. All righty, let's get this party started, baby. I'm excited to see what's going on right now. Let's start with Bitcoin, of course. Brian is asking for a good old Bitcoin analysis. I know, and also, by the way, that's the easy one. You know it. I know that you have
this
it.
Piece of shit Bitcoin stopped me out of my short, and now it's rejecting.
It stuffed me out of my short too this morning. God damn, I was so close to like getting through, and now it's again down. So terrible. Bad Bitcoin. No,
it's rigged. It's rigged.
It's rigged. It's rigged against me.
Stop the count.
Stop the count. Stop. By the way, I love that the other party now that people are like, Elon Musk cheated on the elections. He was using Starlink. Like all the things that they were always like, you guys are conspiracy theories. Now they're the ones, and they're the conspiracy.
From 2020, I was saying people who were saying the election was rigged or retarded. So I'm keeping my same position.
Good.
I am hungry as a motherfucker. I don't eat breakfast before these streams.
Me either, but I'm also hungry.
But I've been on that health grind there. Steaks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I have too, but at dinner, you can tell with my eyes, I had chips and cookies. Terrible mistake. Life was too good with Vinny, so I fell for it, and now I'm paying the consequences.
I tried that Victoria beer for the first time yesterday, and I think I got a new favorite.
Dude, Victoria and Modelo, either one, and also Pacifico is really good.
Before, my favorite one was Corona.
Corona every now, it's a little vanilla.
Now I'm on that Victoria wave.
Yeah, I understand. And if you've tried the dark one, oof.
All right, which one shall we start with? Let's do the quarterly.
Let's go.
All right, so the quarterly, same as last time. It's bouncing off the bottom 38.2, making its way up towards this median. This median is going to be a natural magnet for price action. But you got to remember, this is a quarterly. Each candle is 3 months long, and it's going to take a long-ass time before this plays out. Even this candle has about a month and a half before it closes. So sure, $113,000 is currently the target, but is that going to hit in 6 months, 9 months, a year? Who knows? Maybe even in the next month with how we've been moving recently.
Yeah.
But as of right now, this is going to be the magnet. If you get anywhere over this, which I seriously doubt is going to happen, but if you get anywhere over this, the 38.2 becomes the next magnet, and that's at George number at $287,000.
I love it. Love to see it.
And we're expanding from extreme lows on volatility. So, I mean, theoretically, you could hit a George number. Theoretically, but it just makes me feel retarded to say that number.
I'm going to say it. 200 and what? Let me see it.
87.
$287,000. Holy shit. Imagine.
Look, I'm going to say it. Don't say it. I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Who are the people that annoy you the most? Randy, no.
No. Naggers.
He smiles at the camera too.
Yeah.
The dude behind the camera looks at him like.
Yeah.
So on the monthly, we're expanding from very low levels on our momentum. Momentum is flipped back up. Going to get close to entering into the bullish control zone in the next month or two. Volatility is at very extreme lows, and the jewel is now starting to flip back around. First, within the bullish control zone. First time it rejected the critical zone back in April and March when we had our previous all-time highs of 73K. Now it's flipping back around at the pink, and this time around it's going to make itself into the critical zone, and it's going to probably stay there for a good minute. Because this is the first time that I can find since the last cycle on our all-time highs of 65K, we just popped into the critical zone, and then we quickly popped back out. But we didn't have a rejection. Once we have a rejection, the next time around should be a much higher likelihood of it staying there for a good minute. Like this time around, we didn't have a rejection. We had sort of a rejection right here. And then we stayed in the critical zone from February of 2017 all the way until February of 2018. So full year, we stayed in the critical zone. This time around, are we going to spend another full year in the critical zone? Possibly. It's what happened the other time we rejected. And a full year in the critical zone would take us to somewhere around end of 2025 for our blow off top, I guess you could call it. Or I guess whenever it leaves the critical zone is whenever you get that initial like big nuke. So let's see. Yep. After it had already left the critical zone, it was already down by how much from the current the previous all-time highs? Let's see, 20. It was 19,500.
That's when he left the bullish critical zone.
Yeah.
Got it.
It was already down like 66% after it had already left the critical zone. That's pretty fucking insane.
So don't wait on that.
Yeah.
Well,
Basically,
don't wait on
when it
that
started,
signal.
when you could have gotten the idea that it was gonna leave the critical zone is when the Joule oscillator started turning dark blue, and that was after this candle. So then you had only really been down like only a small 48%.
So there was no way of seeing that one coming.
This the only piece of like thing that people should like take wary of if they have the Joule is that once it gets to the critical zone, that's when you're on de-risk mode. You're not like trying to catch the top, but you should just be gradually de-risking.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't necessarily want to short though, because you wouldn't have a trigger. But on the monthly, same thing as the quarterly. We're basing off of the bottom 38.2, and now we're expanding, and this median becomes a natural magnet for price action. Right now, this median is at $96,444. Still got a month to go before this candle closes, and this median is going to change if we don't hit it by the monthly close. We'll see where it comes down to, or if even if it goes up. If it goes up, that becomes even more bullish because that still becomes the magnet for price as long as we're basing off this bottom area. And right now, 96 is a very nice area where I'm thinking that we could possibly get our next local top and then extended correction. Because right now we haven't really seen any correction at all. It's literally just been going up. Every single red candle gets bought back up. Shorts round trip all their profits and then they get stopped out. It would have been easier. It would have been easier in the last 2 weeks to just blindly long anywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially when it started because he just didn't stop.
Yeah, everybody was like, "Oh, so it's already gone up this much. Can't go up anymore. Let me short this." It goes up another $1,000, another $1,000, another $1,000 every 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 week right now currently is expanding from very low levels on our volatility. We momentum. We entered the critical bearish control zone for a little bit, but we rejected it twice, and now we're breaking back up, very close to entering the bullish control area, and the volatility is starting to expand from very low levels as well. And then you look at our 2 week Joule, that's starting to flip back around, and it's re-entering the bullish control zone. Last time it entered the bullish control zone was in the Hamas setup of 2023. Now we are once again entering the critical zone, and this time around bullish control zone. Next time around, we're probably going to go into the critical zone as well within the next maybe month or two, maybe 3 months, because it's a 2 week candle.
Yeah.
Last time we entered the critical zone was on our basically all previous all-time highs from January to March. We went from $40,000 to $73,000. Weekly is just about to break into the bullish control. Volatility is expanding too from literally 0%, and volatility is currently at 49%. So we got a lot more before this is topped out. And the Joule right now is back into the bullish control area, very close to the critical zone. We're currently above the 38.2 on the weekly, and we're brushing right up against this 50%. Last time we have closed the weekly over the 38.2 was back here in February of 2024 when we went from $50,000 all the way to $73,000. The time before that we closed over 38.2 was the Hamas setup, right over here, October 2023, from 25s all the way up to 50s. Now we are once again closing over this 38.2. What I would really like to see is a weekly close over the 38.2, then a back test of it, and then from there spring off like we did over here. We closed over it, back tested it, and then we sprung. We didn't do it over here though. That's very unfortunate. Where we closed above it and then we just started going straight vertical until our all-time highs. Possibly we do that again.
So that no one has time to enter.
Yeah. But the difference is that this was a much bigger candle out of the 38.2 than this one is. This one went straight up to the 78.6. This one is only at the 50%. So it just like over here, whenever we went up, we rejected the 50%, then we retested the 38.2, and then we went up. So it's more similar to this one. And that would probably not be like along the lines of what we've been seeing recently, because that would allow people to get in. And right now, it doesn't seem like it wants people to get in. But the other way that it could happen is if it closes above here, grinds out for a little bit, people get bored, and then it retests the 38.2, and then we spring back up. Like over here, we close it, We tested it. We stayed there for like a week. We tested it again, and then we tested it again. We tested it again, and then we sprung up. So it took like a month before we actually found our spring on this move back in the October, the Hamas setup. CME. So we still have that CME gap. Who knows when this shit will get filled? Currently on CME, we're much higher than the 50%. We're currently at the 61.8. Oh shit. We closed over the 38.2 on our previous weekly candle. The last time we closed over 38.2 on CME was February in 2024, from that $50,000 to $73,000 area. But now we're currently closing over the 61.8. Last time we closed over the 61.8 was also February of 2023 or 2024. I mean. Five-day right now is well within the bullish control area on the momentum, and the volatility is getting pretty high, but we still got another 30% to go before it's topped out. And Jewel's looking very nice as well. Pink is just freshly crossing over the yellow, and we're about to enter into the critical zone. And on 5 days, also above the 61.8. So we close above that, volatility is still expanding. We should theoretically have a target to the 78.6, which right now is just below 100K, 99,424.
That $97,000 zone seems to be the one.
Yeah. It's going to be so funny if we end up like topping there, like in 2017, whenever everybody's looking for 20K and they topped at 19.5.
And he did, yeah. That's the biggest dig move in the world, and I think that's what he's going to do. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you.
Just continue. Like I'm going to go. Just like in 2021 when we hit 69K, everyone was like 70s next. Nope.
Never. Yeah, he likes to do that.
On the 2-day momentum is strongly within the bullish critical area, and volatility still has a good amount more to go. It's only at 78%. The jewel is starting to flip back around, giving you the cyan, and it's very close to edge. It's basically on the edge of the critical zone. This next open is probably going to be in the critical zone. We're currently finding a little bit of rejection, a little bit of toppiness right here with these two candles. If this candle confirms like this is going to confirm for me that we're probably getting a pullback. And I would be looking somewhere between this 5 EMA, which right now is at 84,000, or about 84.5, anywhere down to this 9 EMA. And what's likely is that this 9 EMA is going to go up on this next open, lining up with the 61.8, and that's at 81.4. That would be a pretty decent sized pullback from the top currently. It's like 12.5% to the downside, but 13% to the downside, which right now, with how bullish everybody is, 13 to 15% to the downside would be a very nice leverage wipe. Because I don't know if you saw, but yesterday they announced that Bitcoin had hit the highest level of open interest in its entire history at $55 billion of open interest. So there's a lot of fucking leverage that needs to be wiped. And a nice 15% move would probably wipe half that leverage right out. Because most of the people in the game right now, I'm getting the sense, are degenerate gamblers who are going high leverage and just longing every single green candle they see, which it's been working for them. So who am I to judge, right? But if we get this confirmation of this candle right here after this one, then we're probably going to get that pullback. Daily right now is starting to contract on momentum a little bit, while volatility is also contracting, and the jewel is starting to flip over within the critical zone. It's giving us this white neutral, and what we're looking for is on the next daily open, if we want to confirm the pullback, is for this to switch over into dark blue and then make its way out of the critical zone. And then from there, we probably get that 12 to 15% pullback after it leaves the critical zone. Then we want to see it start flipping back around within the bullish control zone and re-enter the critical zone, like it tried to do after the Hamas setup, where we went into the critical zone, started to flip back around, try to re-enter the critical zone back in October, failed, got out of the bullish control zone, then re-entered the bullish control zone. So you want to see something like this, but we want to see it re-enter the bullish control zone. Otherwise, our cycle top is probably in. CME is already a little bit more like filled out. We already confirmed that candle. So we want to see as this candle continue to reject. If this keeps rejecting this area, I would like probably even take this as a pretty high probability short, where you would short this area right here, you would have a stop loss at this previous wick high. If it goes any tick above that, it's probably going to go significantly higher and you cut it. Otherwise, you would be aiming for lower, somewhere around this 9 EMA, somewhere around like $83,000 to $84,000 would be like your first target area. Four hours about to close in 53 minutes, and we're currently deviating the 9 EMA after we reclaimed it. If you were to close below it, we're probably going to continue going lower. Probably it's going to give more bias towards the short setup. Probably somewhere around this 55 EMA, and what do you know? That's just between $83,000 and $84,000. I'm so salty about being stopped out. Okay, Taylor dominance. Currently, we're losing the 61.8, brushing right up against the 78.6, while our momentum is pointed sharply to the downside. Volatility is pointed up. If we lose this, dying. So if we lose the 78.6% area, we're probably going to come back down towards this 100 EMA, breaking these lows. That would be at low 3%. And that's probably that final spike that we get, that blow off top on Bitcoin and cryptos, where we see maybe high 90s, possibly 100K. Then from there, I would look for Tether to bounce and us to get like a long form consolidation or probably pullback, if not a cycle top. Two-week is currently also losing the 78.6. Oh shit! This cat is retarded. Bouncing off the 78.6. If we lose that, that takes us to the 200 SMA, and that's at same area as the 100 on the monthly at low 3%. Weekly is getting a little bit of a pretty strong bounce off the 78.6, but I wouldn't look at this as bullish as long as this candle is red. This would just be a hanging man candle, and very likely we would end up rolling over. Momentum is currently in the bearish control area. Volatility is pointed up too, and the jewel is still on this dark blue cell. It's about to enter into the bearish control zone as well. Same thing with the 5-day, bouncing at the 88.3, but still putting in a red candle while we're in the bearish control, and volatility is pointed up. 2-day is giving us a little bit of a bounce. We put this little inverted hammer right here. We're bouncing a little bit. We're basing off the 88.3. What I would look for is us to basically for this to be a bearish retest and for us to go up and tap this meme line, probably somewhere around the 9 EMA, and that to reject and us to continue going to the downside, especially because we have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 2-day untethered. And that would just be a retest at the 9 EMA. Daily is giving us the same idea of that bounce, pretty close to hitting this top meme line right here. And then from there, I would expect the trend to continue towards the downside. Momentum is currently pointed up, but it's still within the bearish control. Volatility is declining, telling us that this move is going to be a corrective move and not an actual reversal to the upside. Four-hour also, momentum is pointed up, getting to very extreme areas though, and volatility is pointed up, telling you that this move is probably going to end pretty soon. And we're very close to that meme line anyways. Possibly we don't even touch the meme line. Maybe we just get to the 55 EMA. It's not something that I would bet on that we're definitely going to hit the meme line. It's just a high possibility.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just put it on the table because you might as well just look at all the options. How would you feel if I said Bitcoin topped already this cycle?
Possible, very likely. I would say I'm not as heavily in that camp because of the setups that are still firing off on the 2-week and the 5-day.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that once those top out, then I'm a lot more comfortable saying that we've probably topped.
Got it.
But I would definitely entertain the idea.
Yeah, because we literally just cut through the $80,000 area like it was nothing and got to the $90,000 thousands, whatever it was.
Yeah, when we were in the 80s, we were going up $1,000 every 5 minutes.
What the fuck?
Like I was just getting notifications on my phone. Bitcoin hits $81,000. Bitcoin hits $82,000. Bitcoin hits $83,000. 84, 85. In one night, we basically went to 90K.
Yeah, it was insane.
2 hours now breaking back into the 38.2. So if we don't hold this median, we're gonna get a pretty sizable drop from here, probably down to that $84,000 area. Lines right up with this 100 EMA on the 2 hour. Damn, I'm so salty that I got stopped out of the short.
I was trying to explain that to Belen this morning, and she's like, I still don't understand what you're saying. I was like, I was betting that Bitcoin was going to go down. And she was like, so he didn't? I was like, he did, but not enough. And then he stopped me out and took my position out. And she's like, okay. I'm like, so I lost, basically. She's like, how much? I'm like, God damn it. Never mind.
That's hilarious. Fucking risk management. If only we didn't have that shit.
If we still be in it.
Yep, it's retard season. Keep forgetting that. The dumbest idiots make the most money.
Yeah. Yep.
Quarterly is still giving us expanding volatility, and we're only at 40%. So is the George number really that crazy?
No.
And we're about to enter into the critical zone for the first time ever. I really hated how this cat likes to jump from the couch onto the table. We got little furry LeBron over here.
Oh, that's what they do.
Monthly is still volatility starting to it was contracting for since our previous all-time highs in March. Now it's sort of trying to flip back up. It's going to be confirmed expansion of volatility once we get over this moving average, and that's still pretty high up. That might take another month for the moving average to come down, and then volatility can go above it. And the momentum is going to flip back up on the edge of the critical zone as long as we're closing over $81,560. Get out of here. That's my Coke Zero, not for you. Cats don't drink Coke Zero.
This cat is a degenerate. You should open him a bluffing account.
But you would probably make more.
I'd probably fucking kick our asses trading.
The confirmation would be if on this next monthly open we drop below the 15%. That's going to tell us that probably the Georgia number is not that crazy if we start expanding again from that 15% while momentum is still pointed up. Because then at that point we're going to be in the critical zone. It's going to be much easier for the bears to turn this momentum number down. This number is going to rise probably into the 90s after this next monthly open. Maybe high 80s, low 90s, and we would just need one monthly close below that, and then likely the cycle tops it. Like we saw over here, we broke into the critical zone. We had a close below the pivot to turn it down, and then we had a 50% dump from there. Over here in what do you call it, in March. In March, when we had our previous all-time highs, we started flipping down, but we didn't get down towards the critical zone like we are right now. At that point, momentum still stayed to the upside. Even though we had a 33% dump, momentum was pointed up. So if we can dump 33% while momentum is pointed up, imagine what happens if momentum is pointed down while volatility is expanding.
Well, that's where you go to complete hell.
That's where the Nagasaki setup comes in.
That's right. That's where the Japanese take over.
The kamikazes come in.
2 week firing up.
Yep, 2 week is currently at 16.27%, even higher than it was last time. And we're expanding from 5 periods of 0% volatility. We're going to also re-enter the critical zone, and we're going to reject getting out of the bullish control as long as we're above $65,430. We're about $23,000 above that currently. So safe to say that we're probably going to close over it. We're like 33% over that number currently. And we still have that silver cross to the upside on the 2 week, which, to be honest, that was the most brain dead way to play this thing. When we saw this long form consolidation, it would have been like, in hindsight, because it's very easy to say in hindsight, But
Of
playing
course.
playing that 21 would have made you so much fucking money. Just a simple silver cross on the 2 week. If you would have
Yeah.
bid the 20, if you would have bid the 21, you'd be up 66% currently on spot.
Oh.
No leverage. Imagine like a 2 or 3x at the 21.
No,
That would have been the easiest, most brain dead play ever.
that is life-changing money right there on a simple move.
And with Bitcoin, you're free to use higher leverage because it's not as easy to manipulate.
Mm-hmm.
Weekly, it's currently expanding from literally multiple periods of 0% volatility. We're at 57%, entering the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $79,375. We've currently already hit our 1.618 target. So the next one, as long as we close over this area at 82,412 in 2 days and 9 hours, that takes us to, and we want a base here. We don't want to immediately reject. If we get the next candle that closes below it, this idea is out the window. We want to get at least 2 closes over this 82.4, and then the magnet becomes 96.7. Five days also firing off. Went below 15%. Now it's expanding. 73.4% volatility in the critical zone, and we're gonna flip. Oh shit, we're gonna flip down in 8 hours 42 minutes if we close below 89,710. So I guess that's gonna be your first indication that we're probably gonna get our leverage wipe from here rather than 96,000, because if this flips down, this setup is over. This volatility versus stochastic momentum setup. And it's going to be at only 73% where it ended. That's crazy. I guess you can compare it back to here. Back in the Hamas, we topped out at 73%. Then we hit contracted on volatility while we were basing somewhere around like low 40s, and then from there we went up to our previous all-time highs of 73K. but we were also in the critical zone for a good amount of time before we flipped back down and we kept the bullish control zone. So if we flip back down from here, we're probably going to lose the critical zone, probably going to get that consolidation phase like we did right here, and then we can expect our next spring back up.
But you want to hold the $89,000 to be able to do that, right? Because if you
if you lose 89,000, then you're probably going to get a consolidation and pull back.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to just go straight up from here, you'd have to close over 89,700.
Basically $90,000.
Yeah,
we're not there.
That's the only way. That's the only way to get the straight up from here.
Yeah.
But even if this setup does fail, like if this setup is invalidated and this closes under this one would still be active. This 2 week one. This 2 week is currently very well active to the upside, 16%, and momentum's in the up above $65,450. So we don't really need this 5-day one that much. We can let him go. He can be like one of those guys who's like, I'm leaving the country since Trump won the election. Be like, bye, peace.
By the way, one of my favorite ones is Eva Longoria. She's like, I'm leaving the United States now. It's becoming such a whatever she called it. I'm going to Spain. Dude, Spain is way worse. Like Spain was the way if you lived in Mexico, you wanted to move to Spain all of your life, all of it until like 3 years ago. And if you just move from Mexico to Spain, you downgrade it right now. Like that's that point. And Eva Longoria went to Spain, where government jobs have exploded to the upside, where poverty has exploded to the upside, where crime has exploded to the upside. Impunity for those people that walk into your house and can take it over has exploded to the upside, and inflation exploded to the upside. Like, she's a fucking moron.
Most celebrities are.
It's unbelievable. Like, if you went to Dubai or anything like that, cool, I understand. But fucking Spain?
The liberals can't go to Dubai. They call it slavery.
Oh yeah.
They find out you went to Dubai, they're like, you're a terrible person.
Yeah. Oh my God. I wish Eva Longoria was here.
But also the thing I find even the most hilarious about it, though, is all these European countries coming out talking about, we stand with American women, we support American women's rights. Most European countries have more strict abortion laws than basically all of the American states.
Oh no, it's just so retarded. Also, the problem is we're listening to people that have never paid attention to any of this except the 3 times that they turn on CNN.
Because like most European states have like a 10 to 12 week cutoff. In America, it's 15 weeks. And that's only in the Republican states. The Democrat states have basically no cutoff. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Today currently is expanding at extreme volatility. We're at 97.6%. Bouncing off the edge of the critical zone as well, flipping back up. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $85,000. But with this candle though, even though we're pointing to the upside, if we close like this and we only have 8 hours and 38 minutes to go, I think we would get a pullback. I think from here we would probably go somewhere between 83, 84, possibly a leverage wick down to somewhere around 82.5 and tap this 161.8 again, base off of it, and then from there we can spring up towards this 261 at $96,000. That would be a very nice long to take too, somewhere around like say 83.5. That's like 15 to 16% to the upside. That's a pretty nice trade.
I take that, please.
I'd take that. Would you take that? Yeah, I'd take that.
Yeah,
Inglorious bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Daily is at several periods of 100% volatility. 1, 2, 3, 4 periods. Currently, the moving average is just now catching up to the volatility also there too. They're both at 99.21%. You'd want to see the volatility drop below the moving average, and then from there you would confirm volatility contraction, and you would very likely, almost certainly, get that pullback because volatility expanded going to the upside. So the mean reversion is going to be pulling back to the downside. Retested this 9 EMA on the daily, maybe a little bit lower to tap this 161.8, and then from there volatility would start contracting. We would consolidate a little bit if volatility hasn't fully contracted, and then volatility would start expanding again, and then we get our spring. I think I might want to preset some orders for that 9 EMA.
You're gonna what? You're gonna put some order? Yeah,
I might want to, because if we get a spring down there or a Nagasaki set up to down to that 9 EMA, it's going to be a fast bounce probably. 4
they
hours
normally are. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially on in an uptrending market, the bounces are very, very fast. Because it doesn't want to give anybody an opportunity to long that shit.
Oh, I've been learning that. Sir.
Right now is the phase of the market where you're like only a retard would take that long. That's when you should take the long.
And yeah.
There's something I've been reading that a lot of traders have been talking about having a different system for trending markets and ranging markets. That's something I haven't done yet. I'm probably going to have to work on that. And that actually does make a lot of sense because you can't really expect the same system to work as well on a ranging market as it is going to work on a trending market.
You're absolutely right. And I didn't even fucking cross my mind until now that you brought it up. So that's something we should really look into.
Yeah, probably worth putting in some time and research into that skeleton key and seeing what works.
I guess so. Fuck.
That shit is lifesaver though. You don't have to go back through hours and hours and hours of data. You just plug it into the machine and have it tell you what the statistics are.
It's unbelievable.
The 4 hours already contracting from multiple periods of 100% volatility, and we're kind of consolidating right here. We haven't really gotten a real pullback yet. I would like to see, and it does make sense as soon as we lose this 21 EMA, which is right around $88,000, probably going to come back to this 55 EMA, which is right with that 161.8 extension, right around $83,000 to $84,000. I'd like to see that hold as a spring, because if we lose this, then we're probably going to dump very hard, probably going to fill that CME gap, and probably going to go to $77,000.
That's the 34?
That is the 55.
55, got it.
And momentum is currently pointed down as long as we're below $89,800. So on the very high time frames, everything is still extremely bullish.
Very bullish.
On the medium time frames, it's looking a little bit corrective. We're about to start flipping down, and the low time frames are already flipped down and telling us that we should be looking for our consolidation and our pullback, probably somewhere around 83 to 84, and that'd be the area for bulls to step in if they want to take it from there up to 96,000 within the next 2 or 3 weeks, possibly by Thanksgiving to early December, and then we can expect going up into the new year. But if we lose that $82,000 area, I would expect a longer pullback, down to like the high 70s, and then I would expect us to go up from there after maybe sometime around Christmas time into the new year.
Yes, indeed. I couldn't agree more. Fucking interesting. Let's hope this continues, because I'm having so much fun in this bull rally. But I feel like also, by the way, if this shit nukes, that's going to be fun too, because we can bet against it. So
Yep.
either way, the next one's going to be Rivian. I'll share right now my screen and present this in español, señor. Thank you. Vamos a empezar con el análisis de Bitcoin. Nada más, antes, una vez más, un recordatorio. Les vamos a mandar un correo para que estén pendientes a todos los que estuvieron en la clase ayer. No solamente los que estuvieron, pero a todos los miembros de los en vivos en el sitio de Elite Trading Academy, para que puedan ver la clase, para que lo tengan ahí, porque hay muchísimas cosas de las que platicamos que fue muy interesante. Nos metimos de lleno a lo de Fibonacci, nos metimos de lleno a cómo usar el BBWP, que es esto, lo de la volatilidad. Nos metimos de lleno al HPDR, donde lo puedes bajar, pero no de funcionalidad. En el HPDR es demasiado, es literalmente necesitas un curso, esa madre cuesta $800. Pero solamente lo quiero poner ahí en la mesa para que sepan que viene, les va a llegar por correo y será la última vez. Después lo vamos a tener ya en el sitio. Así, hoy es Mickey Mouse, hoy es día de Mickey Mouse y es lo que pasa. Vale, vamos a empezar con el análisis de Bitcoin. ¿Cómo de que no? Algo que quiero decirle a todo el mundo es esto. Tengan en mente, estamos en un ciclo súper alcista y que no. ¿Existe alguna posibilidad, por más remota que sea por ahora, la probabilidad no está diciendo que esté de nuestro lado, que el tope de Bitcoin haya sido 93,479? Solamente lo quiero poner en la mesa porque hay veces que nos perdemos en la avaricia, etcétera, y sobre todo en mercados alcistas. Al final de un mercado alcista, nada se ve más alcista que el precio de lo que estás viendo. Entonces, y ahí es cuando se dan la vuelta. Solamente queremos poner atención porque en diferentes temporalidades hay diferentes cosas que estamos notando. ¿Ok? Vamos a empezar con temporalidad alta, la de 3 meses. Rápidamente por acá. Espérame tantito. Ok. Básicamente, lo que hemos estado viendo hasta ahora ha sido el precio de Bitcoin crear nuevos máximos. Lo logramos en esta zona, en la de los 74,177, y ha roto con muchísima fuerza a la alza todas las zonas de resistencia que habíamos tenido, y ahorita estamos cotizando en $88,180. Ahora, en esta temporalidad, solamente si estamos jugando el juego de velas y estás viendo que la volatilidad está expandiendo de 30%, está en 43%, todavía tiene bastante camino para correr. La volatilidad en este tipo de escenarios no se detiene básicamente hasta el 87%, y todavía le gusta coquetear con el 98%. Esto es volatilidad. Recuerden que la línea blanca es el promedio. Cada que pasa la volatilidad al promedio a la alza, hay una expansión oficial, ¿ok? Es básicamente lo que estamos viendo. Venimos, rebotamos en el promedio del 5, nos fuimos hasta arriba, ni siquiera le dimos una oportunidad al promedio del 9. Todo esto se ve bastante bien y bastante alcista. Ahora, vamos a una temporalidad más corta. Nuestro objetivo, por cierto, en esto con el HPDR, la media está en $113,000. Y existe posibilidad de que si tenemos continuación, rompemos la media, vayamos a ir al 50%, y el 50% está en un número altísimo que ni siquiera voy a dar. Pero en la de 3 meses, que tomaría el movimiento, digamos, un año, año y medio, o tal vez un poco más rápido, porque esto es Bitcoin de lo que estamos hablando. Bitcoin debería estar por ahí de los $100,000, $110,000. Atención, eso es lo que tenemos en esta. Ahora, viendo la mensual es un poco más interesante. También nos hizo el pre-run a la 9. Nadie se pudo trepar acá porque no llegamos a la 9. Pero el 5 es como si lo hubieras enchufado y te diera ese velazo a la alza, creando este nuevo alto, y ahora estás peleándote con cierto tipo de resistencia por ahí de los $90,000, queramos o no. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo en la mensual, y puedes ver que la volatilidad simplemente se está yendo de lado. Y ahora, la volatilidad, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando para que el gráfico mensual vuelva a retomar la dirección, etcétera? ¿Quieres que la volatilidad pase el promedio? Y eso no va a pasar porque el promedio está en 33.41. Entonces, va a tomar probablemente un par de meses para que esta volatilidad se dé la vuelta, empiece a empujar y rompa este promedio a la alza, como lo hizo acá y acá se vino a recargar y a rebotar. ¿Esto qué nos dice? Que probablemente en esta temporalidad estamos viendo más un poco de consolidación de precio más que cualquier otra cosa. Entonces, por los próximos meses, tal vez veamos consolidación de precio un poco como lo que vimos por acá. Mínimo es lo que nos está diciendo el setup de volatilidad y precio en esta temporalidad. Antes de ir a la semanal, porque la semanal sí ya está expandiéndose, etcétera, quería enseñarles las de 2 semanas, que era la que tenía el setup de jamás fuerte. Aquí, este está fortísimo. Este es un setup duro. ¿Por qué? Vienes los periodos de nada de volatilidad y luego la expansión del mismo. Esto fue literalmente el setup de jamás, el primero. Y ahora tienes otra vez lo mismo pasando, donde la volatilidad está muy por encima del promedio, está expandiendo absolutamente de cero y va para arriba en lo que el precio de Bitcoin básicamente está en los $88,000 y apenas en los 15.48. Recuerden que esto nos indica que apenas estamos entrando en el territorio de expansión de volatilidad. El 15% es nuestra confirmación y tenemos que ver que esto aguante. Pero si esto aguanta, nos debería llevar en los próximos meses o 2 meses a nuevos altos históricos, bastante altos, porque el último movimiento que lo hizo fue literalmente acá, ¿no? Siempre lo ponemos y ese movimiento fue, pues, de 100%. Si tenemos el mismo cero por acá y tenemos un movimiento de 100%, digamos que lo tomamos de la parte baja, ¿no? Que esto empezó acá. Estás hablando de arriba de $120,000. Entonces, este setup es algo al que yo creo que todos deberíamos de estar muy pendientes, que es el de 2 semanas, con la volatilidad, el setup de jamás tan famoso que existe en el Lead Trading Academy y en todos lados. Vale, vamos a poner la semanal. La semanal bastante bonito, vino, hizo justamente en nuestras líneas meme lo que iba a hacer, encontró resistencia justamente en los 80,000, pero el de los 80,000 rebotó con fuerza, se fue hasta los 90, que fueron 93,000 para su alto histórico y ahorita estamos en $88,000. Qué empute, porque también a mí me sacó, casi entré en los 90. Bueno, en fin. Tenemos el promedio del 5 que está justamente en esta zona de 76 y aquí empieza a ponerse interesante la cosa, porque ya tienes la expansión de volatilidad, se está dando el movimiento después de estas semanas muteadas, has visto que se fue aquí de lado y la volatilidad empieza a expandir justamente aquí y dar continuación. Entonces, estás viendo que está expandiendo y ¿qué está haciendo el precio? Está subiendo. Si el precio está subiendo y la volatilidad está subiendo, está validándole el empuje, básicamente. Y esto nos dice que probablemente muy pronto el precio continúe su camino a la alza. Esto es en temporalidad semanal. Ahora, en temporalidad de 3 días, era ok, sí, exactamente. Aquí es donde empiezas a ver que el movimiento está un poco sobreexhausto. De nuevo, esto puede mantenerse irracional y puede llegar a niveles donde pinte este tipo de señales, donde está básicamente sobrecomprado, está sobrecalentado, ¿no? Todo con volatilidad en extremos a la alza. Ahorita viendo eso, esto nos indica que probablemente en los próximos días, semana, veamos una corrección. En la de 2 días, ¿cuál era? La de 2 días ya está casi tocando el 97%. Recuerden, acá justamente fue cuando llegamos a alto histórico y lo hizo después de que se pusieron rojas las velas. Así que atención acá. Podemos darnos el alto y después consolidar. No lo eliminen de su tesis. Simplemente quiero decir eso. Y cuando nos vamos a la diaria, puedes ver que ya hay periodos de volatilidad extrema y estamos literalmente en extremos topando en el 90 espérenme, siempre hago esto. En el 99.21% donde se encuentra la volatilidad. Eso es, una vez más, los niveles más altos que hemos visto. La última vez que hizo eso y empezó a darse la vuelta a la baja fue justamente acá. Vamos a ver qué pasó acá en marzo del 2024. En marzo, esto es marzo del 2024, despuesito llegamos al tope y de ahí consolidamos por 6 meses. Así que atención con eso, y eso es en la diaria, así que tiene menos fuerza, obviamente, ver algo en la diaria que en temporalidades más altas, pero también aún así lo validamos. Ahora, ¿Qué podemos esperar en este corto plazo de Bitcoin? Básicamente y sencillamente puesto es esto. Déjame quito el 5. Lo que quieres, porque si te pones a ver, no hemos tocado el promedio del 9 desde el 6 de noviembre, o sea, han pasado casi 10 días y hemos estado solamente expandiendo al alza. Tu oportunidad, tu zona de oportunidad está entre los $83,000 y los $82,000, justamente con el promedio del 9. Si llegas a romper el promedio diario del 9 a la baja, muy probablemente vas a cerrar el gap que existe acá en los 70, entre los 78 y $77,000. Así que aquí tienes que poner muchísima atención y continuar. Yo creo que el análisis, la entrada más sencilla en un long sería justamente el retesteo y sería una gran oportunidad acá. Esto sería una mega oportunidad, el 77, y si llegas a romper el 77 para la baja, en el 76, 720 y tener cierres ahí, esto nos daría vibras de reversión y estaríamos viendo probablemente el precio de Bitcoin yendo para abajo, una vez más corrigiendo agresivamente y empezando tal vez lo que sería un bear market, pero no estamos seguros todavía. Es la oportunidad. Ahorita estás en medio de todo, no hay nada en temporalidades muy cortas, claro que puedes ser diferentes, cosas como una vez más el retesteo de la 9, probar a hacer un short e invalidarlo aquí arriba, pero tiene que tener muy poco leverage por la cantidad de diferencia de precio que hay. Aquí fue donde me sacó literalmente, entré en esta puta vela. Y ahorita estaría imprimiendo. ¡Oh! Así que atención por ahí. La confluencia del promedio del 55 en la de 4 horas es justamente donde está el promedio de las 9, que es justamente donde probablemente nos dé la oportunidad más grande, porque acá, antes de la expansión de precio de, ¿cuánto fue? De 69,000 hasta, bueno, 76,000 y luego al infinito y al más allá, literalmente se dio cuando el precio tocó y revisitó el promedio de las 55, que de nuevo se encuentra donde tu diaria está en el 9. Así que ahí lo tienen. Viendo un poco nada más rapidísimo USDT, la dominancia de USDT, podemos ver que está intentando hacer un rebote. Esto es normal. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado, y recuerden, ayer estudiamos muy bien lo que eran los cruces plateados, oportunidades, etcétera. Cada que tienes un cruce plateado, tu oportunidad es que cuando el precio viene y rebota hacia la 9, normalmente aquí va a encontrar resistencia y eso nos va a dar continuación a la baja, que nos llevaría una vez más a Bitcoin a la alza, porque esto está directamente correlacionado con Bitcoin, pero en direcciones opuestas. Así que lo que vamos a estar buscando es poder romper este piso en el 414 y dar continuación hasta el 378 y continuar esto. Volatilidad está en extremos, por lo que la caída podría tomar un poco más. Recuerden que no todo acaba justamente, ven, acaba acá y continúa un poco más y encuentra su fondo. Lo mismo pasó acá, donde cayó hasta acá. Así que no crean que este movimiento ya aquí quedó y probablemente, o sea, está literalmente corrigiendo y probablemente nuestros fundamentos nos dicen que esta madre va a intentar buscar el promedio de la 9, rebotar a la baja e irse a comer chorice. Así que ahí tienes Bitcoin. Vamos a ver rápido a Bitcoin en CME. Vamos a ver rápido a Bitcoin en CME. Y también tienen que ver, mi favorita es esta tabla de CME que tengo de Bitcoin, porque tengo esta resistencia básicamente o soporte, depende de cómo lo estemos usando. En este momento estamos usándolo como soporte, justamente donde está el promedio de la 9 y esto me da confluencia. Ahora, quiero que vean esto. Acá existe un gap en CME, perdón, es que había cambiado mis settings de esto. Hide indicators, not drawings. Acá hay un gap en CME. Es importante que lo vean. Está entre los 80 y los 77,000. Por eso les había dicho que romper la zona de 76,720 a la baja, eso probablemente nos vaya a hacer buscar esta zona en los 60 y tantos mil una vez más. Porque recuerden, normalmente cada que rompes resistencia de consolidación que tomó 6 meses, hay una fuerte posibilidad de que esta zona vaya a ser zona de interés del precio en algún punto. En algún punto, no estoy diciendo hoy, mañana, en 2 semanas, 3 semanas, en un año, en algún punto. Y si eso se llega a dar, nos llevaría de vuelta a básicamente el post Bitcoin ETFs. Si estamos en el post Bitcoin ETFs, pues se pueden imaginar ustedes que tenemos una bajada bastante considerable y yo creo que ahí es básicamente donde nos va a llevar la corrección que continúa. Ese sería solamente honestamente, en términos de Bitcoin, solamente un 30%. Y aquí la oportunidad de los shorts sería impresionante. Yo abriría mi short justamente en esta zona y tendría que ver qué promedios hay por ahí. Si es que se llega a dar ese escenario, no puedes aprovechar todo porque ahorita estamos en tendencia alcista y recuerda, no te quieres pelear con la tendencia, mi hermano. Sería absolutamente suicidio. Puedes ver que el movimiento también acá está exhausto, ahora sí que en extremos en volatilidad, lo que nos dice consolidación en la diaria. Vamos a ver rápidamente la semanal en CME, que nos da continuación. Eso quiere decir que probablemente en temporalidades cortas, esta semana, fin de semana, corrección o tal vez irnos de lado y después habrá continuación. Importante ver una vez más, porque también en CME aparece el setup. No está el setup de jamás en CME, pero en CME la volatilidad está una vez más expandiéndose en la de 2 semanas, justamente acá, que es, vamos a ponerlo ahí, y eso es, me parece que básicamente hoy, lo que estaríamos viendo. Un segundo. Exactamente. Si la volatilidad está expandiendo acá y estás viendo que el precio está subiendo, eso nos dice exactamente lo que probablemente vayamos a ver. Así que atención, hay posibilidades a mediano plazo de continuación en esto. Déjame ver rápido la mensual en CME. Estamos yendo de lado, lo que nos dice exactamente lo mismo. Probablemente vaya a haber una corrección, que es lo que nos ha dado en esto, pero esta vela no va a cerrar hasta 14 días. 3 horas, todavía le falta, todavía le falta a esto. Ok, eso es Bitcoin. Vámonos rápido a Rivian. Luis, ¿me estás pidiendo Rivian? Por supuesto que sí. Vamos a analizar Rivian. Y aquí les quiero hacer un paréntesis antes de brincar con Farhan y que les dé su análisis. Vamos rápido con Rivian en la mensual. Pueden ver, esta es una vela horrenda de tope que vino acá, nos rechazó y nos rechazó hasta acá arriba. Ahora, ¿cuál es el plan de Rivian? Lo que quiero ponerlo es en la diaria para que lo vean. Para mí, yo me salí de este trade. Me salí abajo de esta línea, de los 10.004 ahorita. Porque, de nuevo, yo tengo un trade a largo plazo, estoy buscando eso. Entonces, no tengo prisa por este momento. Mi entrada es absolutamente también por acá. Fueron la más alta por ahí de los 10.50 y cacho. Entonces, no, pues digo, no fue nada lo que se llevó mi stop. Pero acá tenemos que poner atención porque el 9 está bajando sobre el 21. Lo que quiero decirle a todo el mundo es esto, antes de continuar con Rivian, y también debería poner el ticker de Rivian. Un segundo. Un segundo. Ok. Lo que les quiero decir es esto. Una vez más, no podemos pegar, no podemos dejar nuestros fundamentos. No tengo por qué poner solamente mi cara, puedo poner también la tabla. ¿Por qué no compartir la tabla con ustedes, oigan? Ok. Lo que quiero decir es esto. En Rivian, tenemos una apuesta a largo plazo en esta empresa, mínimo yo. Yo estoy apostando a largo plazo. Creo que les va a ir muy bien. A fin de cuentas, están en una situación excelente. Pero quiero que entiendan lo que hemos estado viendo y haciendo. Tuvimos un pompazo que casi te dio 30% de un día a otro. Lo que siempre digo es, si estás tradeando solamente niveles, salte cuando tengas ciertos objetivos que le pegas. Tienes que poner tus objetivos antes de empezar cualquier inversión y decir, ok, si en un día tengo un 10%, me lo llevo. Si en 2 días tengo, digamos, 15%, me lo llevo. Si en una semana tengo 50%, me lo llevo. Es muy importante poner eso, porque simplemente hacerlo sin pensar así te deja, antes de hacer el trade, te deja con esa mentalidad de, ¿cómo se llama? Avaricia, donde no te deja salir adelante, donde te cega y ahora dices, no, va a continuar subiendo más. Y luego, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Acabas del otro lado y comiéndotela para abajo. Una vez más, para mí no fue eso porque no me interesa vender esto a corto plazo, pero también si hay posibilidad de entrar más barato, voy a entrar más barato. Entonces, es parte de lo que estoy viendo. Les voy a poner a Farhan y ahorita les damos bien el análisis listo de Rivian. Ready, señor.
My bad. That coffee just, as soon as the caffeine hits, the shit
Oh
hits.
yeah. There's nothing you can do. It's impossible to avoid it.
It's very surprising to me. I thought last time I checked, Rivian was going up a lot. Now we're getting a massive rejection.
Dude, mega. And we had a stop loss on the Academy at 150, I think, or 130. I mean at 1030 or 1050. So that was pretty good on the signals.
Yes, because after it went into profit, the stop loss was moved up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this candle right here kind of tells me that we're about to go to new all-time lows.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
We're rejecting off of the 9, the 5, all of our meme lines going down towards the 61.8, while our volatility is expanding. And the crazy thing is to see this type of a downwards move while momentum is pointed to the upside. So just imagine when momentum points down, what we're going to get. If we're getting a
to the median of the channel, which is
that's
holy shit. Yeah, dude, it was insane.
27.5% while momentum is pointed up.
Damn.
This setup usually gives us a target of the median, because the bottom 38.2 almost never holds on whenever you're moving down and you're riding it the whole way. And then eventually whenever you tap it again after like a Nagasaki setup, it doesn't hold. It takes you towards the median. And right now the median sits at new all-time lows at $6.19. And that's probably not going to hold either, because the way that this thing has had the previous relationships with the median in the bottom 38.2 is it blasts right through the median. It always goes to the bottom 38.2 every single time. That's at $4.43. I guess.
Oh boy.
I guess $5 back on the menu, boys.
maybe not at McDonald's, but yes at Rivian.
McDonald's is gonna be $15 for the what do you call it? That chicken sandwich that used to be $1.
That's right.
The hot and spicy.
Inflation.
How much are those hot and spices now? Like what, $3.50, $4?
No clue, but everything is so expensive that people aren't eating at McDonald's. It's not like people got healthy. They're just like, dude, that shit's so expensive. I can't even eat bad food.
Back when I was a fat ass, I used to get like 6 or 7 of those hot and spicy chicken sandwiches.
God, dude, McDonald's was so good, but he would destroy me.
I still love the chicken McNuggets.
Can't do it.
The 2-week is also rejection off of the 21, like basically perfectly. Now we're below the median, we're below the 21, we're below the 9, the 5, and we're approaching this bottom 38.2, which right now is at right around our previous all-time lows. It's sitting at $8.76, but volatility is so extremely low that we're likely going to smash right through that and go towards the 61.8, which is right around that $7.73 number, to somewhere around the 78.6, and that one's at $6.67, very close to our previous median before on the monthly.
By the way, this meltdown on Rivian and on Lucid, and basically
was it for the tax credit?
It's the tax credit and interest rates, dude. That they might not lower interest rates, plus they would eliminate the tax credits for EVs and for all of the other manufacturers. And people don't understand that's going to help Elon tremendously. Yeah. That's what I've been saying for. Yeah,
it doesn't make sense that Tesla's dumping on that news. Tesla wants this.
Yeah, I know. It's just people don't fully understand and gauge exactly the mechanisms of why, I think. But I think this is why we're seeing this, and this is like a good indicator of what's coming. Maybe
you saw so many retards on Twitter talking about now Musk is going to learn after Trump takes away his tax credit. Like, you dumb motherfucker! Elon wants to take away the tax credit.
I know.
The tax credit is the only way that these other manufacturers can hope to be profitable on their EVs.
Yeah, exactly. And Elon, no one understands that.
Tesla can eat that tax credit and still be profitable.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll be the only game in town making EVs.
Yeah, no. Tesla, like, you want to put your money into something that's going to make a fortune, Tesla.
Dumb motherfuckers. But that's why you see that they never make money on any investments ever in their entire lives.
That's right.
The 2 week is approaching that 61.8 is the area where I would look for like maybe a short-term bounce. And if we do get a bounce, I would look for us to retest these previous all-time lows, and that would be the rejection point in my opinion. And then from there, we're probably going below $5. Hey, maybe Elon gets another loan in his Tesla shares and buys out Rivian too.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Under a Biden administration, the FCC would have declined it, but you know Trump's gonna let that shit go through.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because Elon is the boss.
The momentum is flipping down on the weekly now, and volatility is at extreme lows. It's at 8%. So now we're about to get the real volatile move to the downside. With the last time we were this low on volatility, all the way back here in November of 2023, when the price was $17.16. And then we dumped all the way from there down to $8.
Oof.
That is
That's
how much of
set
a
up with momentum and volatility. That's a 50% move, right?
Yeah. And now we are at currently $9.81. 440s is just about 50% away. Very interesting.
Whoa.
And from that low level on volatility, that's going to bring us at the very least towards this 78.6 before any type of bounce. And that's at $7.30. Oh my God, he is climbing on my keyboard. Get off.
By the way, that was a brilliant move by Rivian because insiders knew that shit was going to go like sour. And they were like, all right, let's bump up the price so that idiots can buy. And then we'll get out. They always do this, by the way. Before the mega pump, like the mega drop from 16 to 8, because it was literally from 16. They pumped it like a day, 2 days before, like crazy, and then it fucking mega dropped. So yeah, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. All the retarded apes getting in are just buying the Rivian what do you call it? Insiders shares.
Yeah, I mean, I got in and I got out. Fucking break even. Thanks to the trade signals.
You heard it right here, folks.
Oh,
live
sad.
testimonial.
That's right.
The 5-day as well tested up to this 21, and then we got a major massive rejection from it, approaching the median right now. Median's at $9.42. Momentum is flipping down, rejecting the bullish control. Volatility is at such extreme levels right now. It's at just about to go below 10%. That we're probably not going to stop at the median. Probably going down towards the 50%, maybe even the 61.8%. What do you know? $7.30 again. 2-day as well, rejecting the bullish control, downwards momentum, very low levels on volatility, and we're losing the median. And we're also losing this previous swing low that we have right here. That would very likely take us somewhere down to around like 88.3 to maybe 95%. That's somewhere between $7.12, like $7.70. Same $7 area keeps coming back. Daily has a little bit of a gap, and we're getting the 9 crossing down the 21 and the 5 altogether bunched up. So what we could see right now is a little bit of a move down towards median, $9.54, then possibly a bounce back up to fill this gap, tap these moving averages again, and at that point the moving averages would have dropped a little bit, and that would just be another lower high before this ends up actually getting the real move to the downside. Because and right now the momentum is sort of supporting that. We're just trying to flip back up, and at the neutral zone, volatility is flipping up as well from very low levels. So we could possibly see that bounce, go up towards this area, fill the gap, and then volatility would start expanding. Then momentum would flip down, and we would get a real like aggressive move towards the downside. Big girthy green dildo. I mean red dildo.
Red, yeah. Oof.
God, that 4 hour looks disgusting. We're currently losing the 78.6, while volatility is expanding from very low levels and momentum is pointed towards the downside. That would take us towards the 95 or 97.5%, which is right around, currently at like $9 to $8.50. Does this thing like to go to the 100?
Does he not, right?
No.
What's the lowest it goes?
The 97.
Oh, all the way back there had some, no?
Where?
The left.
Oh yeah, right here. In
the
February dump of 2024, we gapped
which
down.
Which was the mega dump. Yep.
Yeah, from $16 to like $9. Sheesh. That's when we hit the 100%. What was the reason for that dump? Was it because they were saying they were not going to be profitable?
I just literally, this is if they really remove those incentives, how are they going to become like they were accounting to become profitable with those incentives? If they don't have the incentives, dude, it's like it's not going to work out.
The 4 hours tried to silver cross to the upside, which was a massive failure. Now it's back down to the downside. So that gap would also be a retest of the silver cross, the gap fill. But maybe we don't even fill that gap. Maybe we just keep going down.
That's insane.
Watch this shit at like $5 while Tesla makes a bounce and goes even higher.
It will. It should, in theory. It really should. And by the way, this would fuck people, Ford, GM, and all of those guys over like crazy too.
Tesla literally came out and said, we support the removal of the EV tax credit, but retards still kept selling.
Unbelievable.
This monthly is very easy to see on a downtrend whenever you add in your 9 and 21 EMAs. You see where it came back up, tried to touch it, but it then got a massive drop, deviated above it, another massive drop, touch it again, massive drop. Every single time we tap this 9 EMA, we get a massive dump. And I don't know if you guys can see right here because this thing is in the way, but our current high right now, whenever we spiked up, was a perfect retest of this 9 EMA. Every single time before, we've gotten a massive dump after that. Is this time different? Probably not. How much did we dump from this time around when we tapped it? Yeah, a nice 36%. Two-week currently is expanding from 40% volatility. We're at 45%. We're rejecting the bullish control, and we're going to enter into the bearish critical zone as long as price is below $14.06. We're quite a bit away from that currently. Weekly, perfectly rejecting that 21 EMA. Volatility is expanding from like 30%. We're in the critical zone, and we're going to be down as long as price is below $9.87. 5 days, rejection of that 21 EMA, expanding volatility from like 35%. We're going to be in the critical zone, and momentum is going to be down as long as we're closing below, or it's going to flip down as long as we're closing below $9.77, like a cent below that right now. 2 days expanding from multiple periods of 0% volatility. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we're at 15.87%. We're going to reject getting out of the bearish control, and we're going to flip back down as long as we're below $10.21. Damn, that's a massive red dildo on the daily. Daily is expanding from multiple periods of 0% volatility, and we're at 55%. We're going to reject the bullish control, and we're going to flip down as long as price is below $11.52. Damn. 4 hour perfectly tapped that 200 SMA and then dump from there. 4 hours expanding also from 0% volatility on multiple periods. We're at extreme highs on the volatility. We're at like 94.5%. So we possibly can get one more move before volatility is topped out, and then I would expect some type of mean reversion bounce, and that same idea would be to go up and fill that gap. And we're going to reject getting into the bullish critical zone and keep staying down on momentum as long as we're below $11.75. So all the way from the higher time frames to the lowest time frames, it looks extremely bearish. It looks like this thing is about on the low time frames go somewhere around the $7 area before we get some type of like mean reversion bounce to the upside, maybe fill the gap, and then from there I would expect this thing to dump pretty heavily below $5. So anybody who is currently holding Rivian, like, I don't want to give any investment advice or anything, no financial advice, but why? Why do you like paid? And very interesting to see this dumping so much. Well, Tesla's not really dumping that much. Like, sure, it's going down, but it's not really the crash that social media is trying to make it appear to be. Yeah, Tesla's not even down that much. Let me get a measurement. It's down like 8%. That's the crash that they're talking about on social media and making fun of Elon for. That's hilarious. This is just a back test of the Silver Cross. We're just bouncing off of the 21 EMA, and now we're back above the red meme line that I have. If we close above that meme line, we're probably going to go back up again. I'd love to see the look on their face once Tesla is back at 350s or 330 within the next couple of weeks. Let me draw this. I hate that I can't do that. Yeah, the next area of interest is going to be somewhere around $450 in Tesla, assuming we close over 327, which looks very likely within the next couple of weeks. I believe 400 is all-time highs. Let me make sure. Yep, 400 is all-time highs. They look like pretty soon we're probably going to get a break of all-time highs in Tesla. Well, Rivian is looking like a break of all-time lows.
Tesla, dude, is about to break up like motherfucking crazy. I think right now the resistance at 321 is like key. Once you break that, I think my confirmation at closing above 330, take that shit all the way and ride it all the way to at least 386 and then 414.
Yeah, it's currently over my meme line. I have a close over this, and then 327.
You're not sharing your screen. You know that, right?
I unshared it.
Sorry, everyone. There you go.
So I have this meme line right here that I've been drawing. This is the previous breakdown zone whenever we hit our all-time highs. And if we close above that, we're very likely first going towards the previous all-time highs. And then I have a 78.6 Fibonacci level at 327, where if we close over that, that takes us to $450, which is higher than our current all-time highs. While Rivian looks like it's going to new all-time lows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different trade. Different company. One's making robots, the other one just makes cars.
On the monthly, the target would be at $400. That's if we close get several closes over 265. So this close is very likely going to be over 265. The next close in the next monthly close is what's going to matter. If we close that one also over 265, that takes us to 397. And then the weekly fib level comes in, and that one takes us to 450.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah, and it's about to enter the critical zone on the monthly as well. As long as we're above $210, we're like $100 over that.
Yeah,
that would
be surprising if we don't do that.
The last time Tesla entered the critical zone is right here in May of 2020.
Right before the mega pump. I mean, what you're seeing kind of like with Tesla is what we just saw on Bitcoin.
We went up 723% after entering the critical zone.
I think it's doable. Maybe not that, but a 300% easy.
Yeah, that would take Tesla to $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I think it's heading towards.
It'd be $3 trillion. And the people laughed at Elon in 2022 when he said Tesla was going to be worth $3 trillion. Well, they're like, buddy is delusional.
Well, people said that Elon couldn't handle Twitter.
But didn't you hear, though? He bought Twitter and he drove the value down by 80%. What a retard. Wow. What an idiot.
All righty. I'll present Rivian and Lucid, son. Lucid is next.
Sounds good.
Ok, discúlpeme, perdón, tuve que honestamente ir corriendo al baño, me estoy muriendo. La razón por qué es sencilla. Tenemos al buen Vini, no he hecho nada de ejercicio, me he quedado dándole besos al pequeño y estoy obsesionado y no he hecho absolutamente nada y ayer tragué como cerdo. Así que discúlpenme. Mucha información para todos ustedes, pero aquí básicamente esto es lo que quiero que vean de Rivian. Ya platicamos al principio de esto. Rivian no se ve nada bien después de haber tenido este escape a la alza, que fue completamente falso, que llegó casi a los $13 y de ahí se dio la absolutamente más grande vuelta para abajo. Aparte un rechazo del promedio del 9 justamente en temporalidad mensual. Esta vela va a cerrar en 14 días y 2 horas. Si esta vela cierra abajo de los 9.80, la mensual, señores, si cierras abajo de los 9.80, vas a ir a visitar la zona de los 8.30 y de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan, podríamos llegar a visitar la zona de los $7. Así que atentos acá. Vamos a ver si no hay nada que nos diga esto. Vamos rápido a la semanal también para que vean justamente lo que estamos platicando acá. Gran rechazo de la 9, gran rechazo del 21 y continuamos. Pueden ver, ¿saben qué? Esto es lo que quiero que vean, porque me gusta mucho cuando se ve claro acá. Pueden ver que venimos de esta resistencia y teníamos este triángulo. Y el triángulo, llegamos al apex, lo habíamos roto a la alza, pero lo habíamos roto a la alza y ahora vamos para abajo en él. Y si pierdes esta tendencia alcista, puedes ver que la única vez que más o menos jugaste con esa idea fue acá en los $10. Ahorita estando acá, estás en una zona donde te está diciendo aire limpio y para abajo, con una vela topera. Lo único que nosotros esperamos en Rivian en los siguientes, sobre todo en temporalidades más cortas, como la de 2 días, es, un segundo, déjenme, les doy un poco de contexto por acá, es un rebote a esta zona. Normalmente cuando pierdes una zona importante, vas a regresar, está justamente en los 10.40, que coincide con justamente lo que dijo Farhan, y de ahí dar continuación al movimiento. Esto no tiene cara de que este movimiento haya sido el falso. Vamos a ver de nuevo, sabes perfectamente que estás en lo correcto si baja de 9.51. Abajo de 9.51 te está diciendo confirmación que esto va a ir al piso. Ahora, en el E-Trading Academy entramos en, ¿qué fue? 10.17, 10.50, teníamos nuestros strike profits. Quien lo haya aguantado también tenía un stop loss puesto y lo subimos. Entonces, nadie en este momento que haya puesto 2 centavos de atención perdió un centavo. Espero que sea todo eso. Ahora, estás en 9.66 de los 10.50. No creo que si ahorita estás pensando, güey, ¿qué hago? ¿Vendo? No. Lo que podrías, hay de dos sopas, ¿no? Esperarte que haya una vez más un pompazo acá a los 10.50 y el rechazo, o tal vez se va para abajo directo. La cosa es que estamos viendo un poco el mismo setup en volatilidad y momentum que vimos acá. Espérame tantito, déjame borro esto. Tomo tantita agua. Que vimos justamente por acá, donde en diciembre el precio estaba en $24. No, fue perdón, donde el precio estaba justamente en 16, $17 y se fue hasta los $8. Es una caída de 50% casi. Vamos a medirla rápidamente. Sí, o sea, es un 50% de caída. Y es el mismo setup que nos está dando esto, lo que nos pondría por ahí entre los $5 y los $7 como objetivo. Pueden ver cómo en la de 2 días nos rechazó el 55, hicimos un front run al 100 y ni siquiera lo llegamos a tocar. El promedio de la 100 y de ahí este gran velazo. Esta no es una vela envolvente bajista, pero definitivamente al llegar a tope acá y no poder cerrar encima de te podría estar dando una señal potente de reversión. Ahora, en la diaria, pueden ver este gap de los 10.20 a los 10.10. A Rivian no le gusta cerrar los gaps rápido. Esto se los digo personalmente, como de nuevo me encanta este gráfico y me encanta meterle lana aquí y sacar. A Rivian no le interesa mucho venir y decir, ok, pues instantáneamente voy a cerrar este gap. Este gap puede que lo cierre en la subida. Es más, yo daría más probabilidad de cerrar ese gap en la subida que en esta bajada. Así que atención, Rivian, en esta zona. Ahora, ¿por qué está cayendo Rivian? Para todos los que no comprendan mucho esto, salió Donald Trump junto con Elon Musk a anunciar que iban a quitar el incentivo fiscal para los coches eléctricos. Y lo que mucha gente no comprende, mucha gente cree que Tesla va a caer cuando eso pase. Pero Tesla tiene márgenes brutales de ganancias, brutales, brutales. Tesla puede comerse eso y no ser afectado, pero Rivian, Lucid, Ford, GM, todos ellos van a sufrir como locos. En especial Rivian en este momento, y la razón por qué es sencilla, porque Rivian utiliza una gran parte de sus incentivos fiscales para, ¿cómo se llama? Utiliza esa gran parte de incentivos fiscales en sus planeaciones financieras adelante y estaban diciendo que ya iban a poder empezar a hacer dinero. Esto absolutamente los mataría, no los mataría, pero les quitaría esa posibilidad y se extendería el periodo en el que Rivian sufriría antes de llegar a ser profitable, antes de empezar a ser ¿cómo se dice cuando tienes un negocio en ganancias? En ganancias, como sea por coche. Ahora, otra cosa que los va a afectar también y que esto nos puede estar diciendo es que también encima de los incentivos fiscales no van a bajar los tipos. Si no bajan los tipos, recuerda, por más que la Reserva Federal, y no sé cuántos de ustedes sepan esto, pero en Estados Unidos las hipotecas, los préstamos están subiendo. Por más que la Reserva Federal salga y les diga, no, es que estamos bajando los tipos, todo el costo del dinero está subiendo. Y es parte de lo que estamos viendo con el dólar y con todo esto que estamos platicando. Así que todas tus apuestas en empresas que beneficien de bajadas de tipos, tiene pinta de que esto no va a ser el caso. Y si tus empresas también se benefician de incentivos fiscales estúpidos, puede que también seas violado. Así que pongan muchísima atención una vez más. Rivian, importante, pero bueno, lo estamos viendo. Atención ahí. Lucid, señor.
Sí.
LCID, right? It's LCID. Bam.
LC.
LCID. There you go. Man, this is going to go to like $1.
I don't mean LC as in like the letters LC. I mean like L and then C as in yes.
Oh, sí, sí, LC, señor. Sí, sí, sí.
Mucho bien español. Momentum is still kind of pointed towards the upside. It rejected the critical zone or the bullish control zone, and volatility is kind of sideways, still very low levels. But what's very interesting to see is that all the whole time while momentum was picking up and getting to the bullish control zone, price was just on a steady decline. Very interesting. Now whenever momentum does start to flip down, every single time we've done that, especially from this, near the bullish control zone, we've gotten a pretty sizable dump. This time around was 69% to the downside. Pretty nice, very nice, beautiful. Oops. So if we get that set up again, are we going to dump another 69%? Let's just take it a conservative 50%. That's like $1. This thing might get delisted.
I'm concerned about it, dude. Like, these guys are making fucking 20 cars a year.
Yeah, and losing like $600,000 on each one.
I know. Well, like 400.
How are they losing $400,000 on an electric sedan when Volkswagen lost $600,000 on a 8-cylinder hypercar or a 16-cylinder hypercar?
Because of tax incentives, and basically they're acting like technology companies, so they're betting on future cash flows, and people are doing the same thing and hoping that they can turn it into a positive. But I mean, Lucid is one of the slowest ones. If I was the Saudi government, I'd call it a day with Lucid and I'd invest in Rivian when they come down. I'd buy Rivian, to be honest with you, and just call Lucid a day. Yeah, Lucid is, as much as the technology is great and whatnot, like, it's not about that. It's about building the infrastructure around the car. You're building a car. You're not building a fucking cup of coffee that does something, you know? So I think that's our mistake.
Imagine what's going to happen when they actually go bankrupt for everybody who bought their cars. Good luck servicing that shit, bud.
Dude, I see the Fiskars driving around. I always want to stop the people and ask them what's going on. I'm sorry, continue.
Where do you get that shit fixed?
I don't know. I don't know. It's so scary.
I can't wait to buy a Lucid Sapphire for $2 in a candy bar.
And a bag of chips.
We're losing currently on the quarterly, not only the 38.2, but the median as well. And our momentum is rejecting the bullish control on this little candle we had that tested the 5 EMA. It doesn't look like much, but since this thing is such a piece of shit, yeah, it's like 70% to the upside.
Yeah.
It rejected the bullish control. Now it's flipped back down. So we're going to get downwards momentum on quarterly with expanding volatility from 0%. We're easily going to go to this 38.2, and that's at $1.50. We're probably going to go a lot below that because we're going from 100%, 0% volatility. That's probably somewhere around that $1 number we were looking at from the monthly.
Oof.
And if it has a couple of closes below $1, it gets delisted, I believe.
I don't know that. I'm not so into the listing rules and whatnot.
Because I think then it becomes like it goes to the penny stock market. This thing is going to be a penny stock. That's hilarious. Imagine how you're going to feel driving around in your Lucid Sapphire that you paid $250,000 for. And now the new Plaid is faster than it.
Yeah.
The 2 week is losing the 61.8, brushing right up against that 78.6, but we're currently below every single one of our previous lows. While momentum is heavily in bearish control and volatility is pointed up, the jewel is just now giving us this dark blue, and we're entering into bearish control on the jewel, rejecting getting into the neutral zone. It's looking bearish all the way around. Last time we entered the bearish control on here was, let's draw a little vertical line and see what price was doing and where it was. Uh-oh.
And he does like to go to the 100%, by the way.
Holy shit, it dropped 90% when it went into the what do you call it, bearish control. So
it's now heading towards, or it's entering?
It is just about to on the next candle.
Oh,
be
no.
Inside of it. I started it from the same point as last time, where the next candle takes it inside. And we dumped 90% from there.
Whoa.
Yeah, so if we go to $1, that seems very light. $1 is like 50% down from here. A proper 90% dump would take us below 50 cents, below 40 cents.
No way. No way. Holy shit.
For just 1 quarter, you too can own a share of Lucid.
No bueno.
A bottle of water, people will get you 5 shares of Lucid.
I should call Lucid and do a collaboration where if you buy 1 bottle of water, people, or a can, you get 2 free Lucid shares.
That'd be crazy. And they'd probably do it too. They need all the money they can get.
Imagine. My God.
Weekly is now approaching, it's at the 95%, approaching the 97.5 in the bearish control on the momentum and the volatility. It's basically at very high levels. It's at 95.24%. Moving average is only at 88%. So we could get another dump to the aggressive move to the downside. And then from there, I'd be looking for a bounce. The jewel is already entering into the bearish control. Very, very close to the critical zone, actually. I am hungry as a motherfucker. The 5-day is getting close to the 95% as well. Same thing on the momentum and volatility. Volatility is a little bit lower on the 5-day though. So we could, that also supports the idea of getting 1 more move to the downside. 2-day currently is flipping back around, rejecting getting out of bearish control, and volatility is starting to expand as well. We're at the 78.6, which is currently we're finding some support. This thing on the 2-day I'm seeing is finding some support recently at the 78.6 a lot of times before it gets a bounce. And the jewel is kind of supporting that idea where it's flipping back around and it's giving us this light blue cyan, and it's also giving us a God mode bicycle in the background. So I possibly we could see a mean reversion bounce from here. 2 days at the bottom, 38.2, which is currently bouncing at. This is basically where it's going to be make or break for bulls to at least get some type of bounce. If they can hold this area, then probably we're going to come back up towards this top 38.2. which from there I would be looking for a rejection, to be honest, because this thing shows no strength at all. Most people are going to be like, gap fill, gap fill, gap fill. We're going to go all the way to $3. Probably doesn't do that. Probably tests somewhere around this zone in the low $2 area, makes another lower high, and then continues to the downside. I just don't see this thing going up like 66%.
No.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
You don't think the median will be where it gets rejected, which is kind of like where the candle starts?
If it's extremely bearish, then possibly, but usually it likes to go to the top 38 too whenever it bounces from the bottom one. And momentum is currently going down as well, about to enter into bearish control. Volatility is flipping up on the daily, and the jewel is starting to flip back over now, because it previously also had the God mode buy. Now it's flipping back and it's giving us this white neutral. So if we lose this 38.2, this is going to flip into dark blue, and then we're probably going to dump very heavily from there. Four hours at the 95%. And momentum is also in bearish control. Volatility is pointed up 94% as well. So that's giving us another sign that we could probably get another dump from here. And I'd be looking, if we did, somewhere between like 180s to 170s before we probably get some type of mean reversion. Once this shit goes below $1, they're probably going to change their name like the shitcoins and call themselves Lucid Finance.
No, it's going to be Lucid AI right now.
Oh yeah, Lucid AI. Then their market cap will 10x.
Yeah.
Monthly, it's insane to see monthly volatility contracting so much while price is going down so heavily. So once volatility starts flipping up, it's probably going to go down very hard. Last time we started flipping up volatility was when the price was right up in that green candle. So we went down about 52% after volatility started expanding. 52% from here would take us to basically $1, probably lower than that actually. And momentum is going to reject getting out of the critical zone and stay to the downside as long as we're below $2.17. So monthly momentum is about to flip back down. Last time monthly momentum flipped down, we were at $7.61.
And then we went down by how much? By basically till now?
Yeah. We went down 76% after momentum flipped down.
Momentum flipped. Wow.
Yeah. And we're just about to flip down once again. 2 week currently is expanding from volatility from like 20%, rejecting bullish control, and we're going to stay to the downside as long as we're below $3.17. The last time we flipped down and rejected bullish control was right over here when price was in the high 20s and in the 40s actually. Price was at $55 when it was to the upside. It went sideways around like $53. Then it actually flipped down from $47. $47 down to $2 from rejecting the bullish control. And we're doing that once again. Now we're rejecting bullish control from around $3.50. It doesn't really seem very crazy to think this thing is going to go under $1. Volatility is currently expanding from extreme lows at like 5%. It's currently at 82.25%. It can go decent amount more before it's topped out. This is also rejecting the bullish control, and we're into the critical zone. We're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2.89. This thing is also getting a dump from, definitely from that $7,500 tax incentive. 5 days expanding from like 20%. We're at 85%. Also rejecting bullish control in the critical zone and down below 279.
Wait, we just made a new all-time low in Lucid? Yep. Wow. Yeah, dude.
The ES is down
under $2.
Down 2%. NASDAQ and ES is down 1%. Sheesh. all the markets are dumping.
Yeah, hard.
2-day has a fresh silver cross to the downside. Have we? You can't even see because that shit is so annoying. Yeah, we basically retested the 9 and we're dumping from there. That's the perfect retest of that silver cross. And momentum is going to flip down as if we close below 196. And with how we're going right now, it's only 3 more cents to go. I don't see it that difficult to dump 3 cents in 4.5 hours.
Seems very realistic, if you ask me.
I'm going to take some of nature's elixir, Coke Zero.
What's going? Yeah.
One day I'm going to be taking a sip of Coke Zero and RFK is going to appear at my door.
What are you doing? You should not be drinking Coke Zero. Do you know how bad Coke Zero is for everyone?
Just the one thing alone that, that wouldn't let me vote for this dude as a president is the voice sounds like on a chalkboard.
I'm so glad. Yeah. I'm glad he's the health guy and not the president, because that's his voice is horrendous.
Imagine listening to that on a daily basis. But volatility is currently contracting on the daily, and we're dumping while volatility is contracting. Very interesting. So whenever it starts expanding, we're going to dump even heavier. Rejecting getting out of bearish control, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $2.11. 4 hours also expanding volatility, rejecting the bullish control, and we're going to enter into the critical zone as long as we're below $2.08. So it's looking like on the very low time frames, like this bounce could be over, if you can even call it a bounce, where we retested our lowest moving averages. And from there, we should be expecting a pretty heavy dump. And I think in the beginning, I thought it was a little crazy to say it, but now I don't think so much. I think this is going below $1 eventually.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Thank you, sir. Let me see what's next right now. 1 second. All righty, we just did Lucid. Salamis.
Nice.
Now we're getting into the good stuff. Well, this is pretty good too, I'd say. All righty. Vale, vamos a analizar Lucid. Güey, están viendo un bajo histórico en Lucid en este momento. Lo pueden ver, está en 1.97. El bajo más bajo que había logrado eran los $2. Lo rompimos y ahora estamos debajo de los $2. Impresionante. Lucid va a ser exactamente igual afectada que Rivian, Volkswagen, Ford, todas las marcas de coches menos Tesla, por el hecho de que quieren quitar los incentivos fiscales para estos coches eléctricos y también probablemente por los intereses. Solamente lo quiero decir antes de empezar el análisis. Por eso se ve tan feo el gráfico de Lucid. Pueden ver que Lucid ha estado cayendo literalmente desde su incepción, que es bastante... Podemos empezar en la de 3 meses para que nos dé esta fotografía aún mejor, para que puedan ver esto. Esto es Lucid. Lucid llegó a estar, que eran 68, $64 en ese tope, y en este momento está cotizando en 1.97. Este es un gráfico mensual. Pueden ver que nunca hemos estado ni siquiera encima del promedio del 9, que es impresionante. Está en $6.08 en la parte alta de esto, que coincide con esta línea meme, pero ahora muy probablemente lo vayamos a jalar hasta acá a los 5.20 en lo que damos continuación a este movimiento. Volatilidad está exhausta. Lo pueden ver, está todo completamente sobredado. Eso quiere decir que muy probablemente en muy largo plazo no vayamos a ver estamos hablando 1 o 2 años, probablemente el precio esté por aquí, que es una locura. Vamos rápido a la mensual. Básicamente es lo mismo, o sea, estás literalmente abajo de todo. Veniste a probar la 9, hubo un rechazo. Esta línea para mí fue muy importante, lo van a ver en temporalidades más cortas, se van a dar cuenta del por qué, y acá empieza a crear confluencia en la zona de los 5.20, interesante. Pero también el promedio de las 9, creo que nunca lo tomamos más que esta vez y luego lo perdimos instantáneamente en una mensual. Déjenme, me aseguro de eso. No, lo teníamos solamente en el bull market cuando empezó acá en los $17 y se fue hasta los 60. Pero desde entonces, una vez que cayó, nunca pudo retestear una vez más la 9 hasta acá, y ahora tienes este gran rechazo donde estás parado. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Déjenme ver algo. La volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que el precio está cayendo. Eso quiere decir que estamos apoyando el movimiento a la baja. Para que sepan, los objetivos de volatilidad y momentum que tenemos son por ahí del dólar. Es básicamente entre el 1.50 y el 1.20 son los niveles tranquilos. El peor escenario está por ahí del dólar. Se podría tranquilamente dar. Vamos a ver en la semanal. También en la semanal la volatilidad está expandiendo por encima del promedio justamente en esta caída, lo que nos dice que este no es un movimiento correctivo, sino un movimiento expansivo. Y eso nos va a dar aún más downside. ¡Wow! ¡Qué locura! Vamos a ver la de 3 días. 3 días igual, ha estado expandiendo desde este punto, que es donde justamente ha estado empezando a bajar, y podemos ver que está un poco cansado el movimiento. Vamos a ver si le gusta estar por este lugar. Sí, puede estar aún más caliente, así que todavía tiene camino para bajar. Y en la diaria empiezas a ver también a la volatilidad una vez más expander, empieza a darse la vuelta desde acá y empieza a expander en lo que está cayendo el precio. No va a tomar hasta que retome el 38.90%. Ahí es donde verás probablemente este movimiento expanderse fuertemente y darse. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja, estás literalmente abajo de todos los promedios, rechazado, y continúas. Y cuando tienes un precio en alto histórico o en bajo histórico, no hay referencia a qué es lo que puedes esperar de él. Entonces, básicamente, en todas las temporalidades se ve muy mal Rivian, menos en la de muy, muy largo plazo, donde ya tiene cara que ese movimiento probablemente está exhausto, pero de nuevo, en las temporalidades cortas tiene cara que todavía puede empujar aún más para abajo. Así que atentos si están invertidos en Rivian. Vamos a empezar con los Solamis. Vámonos un poco a ver esto. Solami. All right, tengo que escribirlo. Solamis. Save. Okay, listo. All right, sir, you're muted.
For all time's sake, right?
Of course. You know,
this
is a classic episode. Exactly.
Monthly currently momentum is flipping up while volatility is at very extreme lows. It's at 12%. On this next monthly open, it's probably going to be even lower. And when momentum is pointed up and volatility is down, that gives you a target of hitting the median. Median becomes a magnet for price action, which also is maintaining the bottom 38 too. As of this moment, median's at new all-time highs at $307. And this becomes a very, very high probability of hitting based off of the momentum and volatility setup. If you close anywhere over the, and the jewel currently is also flipping back around too, but in the bullish control zone. So it's giving you this white neutral, and then on this next monthly open, this is going to be cyan light blue. Last time we flipped cyan light blue on the jewel in the bullish control was in February of 2024. And see what happened in February of 2024. We went from about $93 to over $200, a 2x. 2x from here would take us over 400. Sometime today.
There you go.
Ding. Momentum is currently pointed up on the 2-week, and it's currently breaking from these low areas at negative 38%. So in the next maybe a month or 2 months, this is going to break into the bullish control area. Last time we broke it there was in the Hamas setup, and the jewel is currently starting to flip back around. It's it's giving you the cyan light blue, and this next monthly or possibly 2 at the most is going to enter back into the bullish control. Last time we entered into the bullish control was on once again the Hamas setup. We're currently closing, we're currently well over the median on the 2-week, and we're basing off of it and springing off of it. Last time we had a close over the median, Hamas setup.
Get out of here.
That would
always lead to the Hamas setup.
Always lead to an explosive upside.
That's right.
And we're working from very, very low levels on volatility at 16%. So that expands, it's going to take us well over this 38 too. Probably going to take us somewhere around the 50% to the 61.8. This thing topped last time at the 78.6, but before the ranges moved up and it consolidated, and then it went up towards the 50% again. But as of right now, the 50% sits at $367. 61.8 is at $467. And if it goes to the 78.6 like it did over here, that would be $664. So if we go back towards our monthly, our top 38.2, what do you know, $620. And then the 50% is $651. Last time around, when we found our top, the first one was at the 50%. 50%, $651. 78.6, $664. Right next to that same number on the monthly. I'm not trying to say the Solana is going to go to $650 or $664. I'm just saying that if it does what it did before, then it will. Weekly is still to the upside, about to enter into the critical bullish control area, and volatility is expanding from like 7%. We're currently at 30.79%, and the jewel is entering back into bullish control. The only thing left to see to actually see that move towards those pretty retarded targets is you want to see this pink cross above the yellow. Five-day is kind of looking like a local top currently, especially because we only have 7.5 hours to go. And if we close anywhere like this, we're probably going to come back down to retest this top 38.2. And this meme line right here, somewhere at like $187, $180. It would also be a retest of this 5 EMA. And this thing likes to stay on the 5 EMA whenever it's on its trending moves to the upside. So it would just be a reconnect with the 5, retest, a back test of this 38.2. While everyone sees a move of over $200, go back under $200, probably going to start freaking out in this area and going to sell all their coins to the bankers. BlackRock is going to eat all their coins up. 2 days is definitely looking like a top. We put a hanging man candle over here, but now we're losing the 61.8. Our momentum is still pointed to the upside and volatility is pointed up. So once this momentum starts pointing down, that's easily going to probably take us towards this median, I would say. And right now the median is sitting at like $170.
God damn.
That would be a pretty aggressive dump. But assume that these numbers are going to change.
Yeah.
But if it does dump that much, it'd probably be a nasty wick though. Like go all the way down in a second and then get bought back up and reverse in like a minute or two. One of those nasty altcoin candles.
Mm-hmm.
Daily is currently losing the 5 EMA for the first time in this entire rally since it was at about in the $150 area. Now it's back testing the 5 and it's rejecting it. And we've broken back into the 38.2. So that will give us a setup of coming down to the bottom 38.2. And that is at that same $188 number. Four hours currently closed below the median, several back tests of it and rejections. And now we're below our 5 EMA too. While momentum is still pointing to the upside and volatility is extreme low. So if we keep closing like this, momentum is going to start pointing down and volatility is going to start pointing up. That's going to take us towards this 100 EMA. It's going to be at like right around $190. 188 to 190 keeps appearing.
Yep.
Monthly is going to stay to the upside as long as we're above very nice $169.30, and we're going to enter into the critical zone. And then volatility is also going to probably come down towards the 15%. And then from there, we should expect a very, very massive move. And I can actually see it happening that we would hit somewhere around $400 with this volatility and momentum setup. Because the last time we entered the critical zone, Solana was at $79 and we went to 210. Yeah. So that's close to a 3x, pretty close to a 3x. Yep. This would only be a 2x to go to 400s, 3x to go to 600s. That would just be the same. And from here, whenever we went up to the 200s, volatility was not as low as it is now. And plus, because we rejected the critical zone the first time around, this time around, we're probably going to stay in the critical zone for a good minute. Leading me more towards George numbers of $600. 2 week went to extreme lows on volatility at 10%. Now it's expanding to 17.12%. And momentum is going to reject getting into the bearish control and flip back up as long as we're above $151.65. That's the last time. We've never had one of these setups fire off. We came pretty close back when we were around like $20 Solana, but we didn't quite go below 15% on the volatility. So we're getting even an even lower volatility expansion than we did when we went from $20 to 200. Doesn't seem crazy at all to go to 600 from here. Weekly is also expanding from low levels on volatility, 37%. We're going to enter the critical zone and stay up as long as we're above 166.75. Last time we entered the critical zone, here, at about $100 before $200, and then the other time was at $50 before $126. Each time gave us a 2x bump. 5-day expanding from 0% volatility. We're at 46%. We're going to flip down if we close below $211, though. That would get us out of the critical zone. That's kind of supporting an idea of a possible low correction. Yeah. Last time we did that, we did it over here. We consolidated for a little bit, went down a little bit, and then from there we just sprung up again. 2 days expanding from 7% volatility. We're currently at 72%. And we're going to remain up and in the critical zone as long as we're above $198.50. That would support more of an idea of some consolidation. Daily volatility starting to contract now after getting into the high 90s. And now we're below the moving average as well. So this can be confirmed as volatility contraction. And we're going to break out of the critical zone and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $218.75. 4 hours also contracting on volatility. Now we're all the way back down to 56%. And we're going to reject the bullish control and we're going to stay to the downside as long as we're below $213.50. So on the extremely high time frames, it looks very bullish. It's looking like $500 to $600 might not be out of the question. It might actually be written in the stars for this thing to go to $600. The low time frames look quite corrective, and it looks like we're probably going to consolidate like we did right before we sprung out from the 50s to the 100s, and then from the 100s to the 200s. And that might be this move from the 200s to the 400s. Who knows? But if the previous relationships hold true, that's what's probably going to happen.
Well, fingers crossed, sir. Thank you for that. Let me see what's next. 1 second. Salamis. Meli, Mercado Libre. MELI. Vale, pues voy a empezar con los Solamis para todos ustedes. Solana, que lo estamos viendo. Básicamente estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo en todo cripto. Y es importante poner atención a esto. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en Solana en altas temporalidades? Uno, nunca habíamos tenido un cierre en la trimestral encima de la zona de los 202. Vamos a intentar lograrlo con este. Todavía falta 1 mes y 17 días para el cierre. El precio en este momento de Solana es 208 y está bastante por encima de su promedio, de la 9, que se encuentra en los 125.84 en la trimestral. En esta temporalidad, no tenemos tantos datos, pero se ve bastante alcista. Empezamos literalmente en la mensual, porque la mensual es la primera que nos puede dar alguna que otra pista, y podemos ver que la volatilidad ha estado cayendo en lo que hemos estado consolidando. Literalmente aquí fue donde topó y empezó a caer, y eso aún así nos ha llevado a esto, lo que nos está diciendo en alta temporalidad como la mensual. Probablemente vayamos a continuar a ver esto para arriba. Me voy a acercar un poco más. Y también estamos muy por encima del promedio de la 9, que está en 156, 21 en 118, que es bastante bueno. En 2 semanas podemos empezar a ver acá abajo cómo la volatilidad empieza a expander. expandir. Y cuando la volatilidad expande, recuerdan que arriba del 15% valida el movimiento que se está dando. Vamos a ver cuál es el movimiento que se está dando y literalmente la validación está acá, que es la última vela que estamos viendo. Así que estamos viendo un movimiento alcista. En una temporalidad de 2 semanas, estás hablando de algo que vas a ver en 1 mes, 2 meses, probablemente jugar en la tabla, en el precio. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la semanal y puedes ver que la volatilidad está disparándose hacia arriba y lo ha hecho desde esta zona de acá en el 32.50% y empieza un poco a virarse de lado. Aquí es donde empieza a perder steam todas las temporalidades altas y empezamos a ver lo que está pasando en temporalidades cortas, que es debilidad. Y ahora lo van a ver acá. Voy a poner la de 3 días. En la de 3 días podemos ver que habíamos hecho cierto tope por acá en los 225. Voy a poner volatilidad. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está empezando a corregir y dándose vuelta a la derecha, lo que nos está señalando que probablemente vaya a haber un movimiento de consolidación o también podría ser un movimiento correctivo. Pero en la diaria, pongan atención acá, en la diaria podemos ver que la volatilidad está por debajo del promedio, en lo que está esto cuando lo hizo, acá. Y empieza a irse para abajo, ahí lo tienen. Y empezamos a ver que el precio va para abajo. Estamos ante una corrección en este momento en Solamis y lo que creemos es que les vamos a dar las oportunidades en este momento. Oportunidad A está obviamente en tu promedio del 9, en los 204. Lo que nosotros pensamos, porque sigue saliendo en todos los análisis en diferentes temporalidades, es que probablemente vayamos a esta zona de los 191, entre 180 y 191, por acá. Eso sería nuestra zona de máxima oportunidad. Perder este nivel en los 187 nos llevaría a los 170. Así que este nivel es crítico. Debajo de los 170 es donde nos empezamos a voltear a decir que esta tendencia alcista se rompió y empezaríamos probablemente a buscar objetivos a la baja agresivos. Pero como estamos viendo que temporalidades altas es bastante alcista, lo que creemos es que simplemente Solamis va a hacer esto, ¿no? El juego de siempre y después ya te dará el madrazo para arriba. Porque los setups de volatilidad y momentum en altas temporalidades son como los de jamás. Lo que nos da objetivos a largo plazo por ahí de los 400 a 600 dólares en el precio de Solana, que sería simplemente un 2X y un 3X, que para Solana eso no es absolutamente nada, sobre todo si has puesto atención a ciclos pasados. Pero por ahora, correctivo a corto plazo, alcista a muy largo plazo y en medio, pues parte de la corrección, ¿no? Así que atentos a lo que estamos viendo en este momento con los Solamis. Vamos a ver rápido, quiero ver la de Solana Bitcoin, déjenme ver ese gráfico. Sol Bitcoin. Y recontra pero esta es la diaria. Pueden ver que Solamis Bitcoin va a venir a retestear esta zona del punto 23. Déjenme rápidamente, pongo la semanal, quiero ver esto. Qué hijo de puta. O sea, vean la jugadota que nos ha dado. Acá probablemente vayamos a tener el resorte a la alza, pero definitivamente queremos romper. Si somos alcistas en Solamis, definitivamente queremos romper esta resistencia que nos había hecho un SFP acá, uno nada más, y de ahí nos mandó para abajo, pero no aguantó y esto sí hizo un bajo más bajo que esto. Es parte de lo que estamos viendo en este movimiento correctivo en los Solamis. Déjenme veo rápido. Perdón, un segundo. Volatilidad no está expandiendo para nada. En realidad está muy baja, está en 6.525% en la semanal. Eso es bastante interesante. También en la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas, vean esto. Vean la jugada que se rifó Solana contra Bitcoin. Vamos a ver rápido la mensual. ¡Wow! Esto es como la vela de Rivian, pero acá tienes el promedio de la 9, justamente aquí abajo, donde todavía no ha tocado. Así que Solamis en temporalidades altas, bien, temporalidades cortas, no tan bien, digamos. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Objetivos en tu tabla de Solana, una vez más regresando a Solana para cerrar esto. Arriba del 214 vas a buscar intentar escaparte de los 224, te emocionaría eso. Por ahora romper el 204 o 202 a la baja probablemente te lleve a los 190, 180 y de ahí pueda rebotar de acuerdo a las temporalidades altas. Ahí lo tienen. Solamis, damas y caballeros. You have Melly?
Oh, shit, I was muted. Fuck. Very interesting today how it's also a new moon.
Oh, yeah. Someone on the chat brought it up yesterday. Was it
Yeah,
you
me.
that you
Yeah.
sent it? You
The
guys,
moons-
you love your moon cycles.
The moons have a 70% hit rate, so
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good
Yeah.
trader
the moons trade better than 95% of actual
of all of
traders.
us. Yeah, absolutely.
And moons don't usually mean pumps, but they usually mean local bottoms. And local bottoms are kind of always associated with pumps afterwards, especially on an uptrending cycle. So do we hit 90s from here? Possibly. But one little caveat that Kron pointed out though is that the moon signals are less effective when they come on a Friday.
Really interesting, man.
Because-
Fucking Crown, dude. He gets stats on everything.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wakes up and he's like, "There's a 5% probability that I'm going to take a piss, and then there's going to be a 12% probability my breakfast is going to be 2 eggs instead of 3."
And Buddy eats the same thing every day: ground beef and eggs for breakfast, and then steaks the rest of the day.
Good. That's
It's-
the perfect diet.
Buddy is eating good.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterly on this is volatility. Momentum has completely reset after rejecting bullish control twice. Is that any divergence there? No, it's not. I thought there was some possible bearish divergence, but it's not. Now momentum's back to 0%. From here, wherever it breaks, momentum breaks is going to tell you which direction that this 0% volatility is going to go. Right now, the probabilities are to the downside because we're currently below the median. The median's at $1,938. If we close below that, it's very likely going to start expanding volatility, and momentum is going to break down to the downside and come somewhere around this zone right here, right before the bullish control. And that's the area where I would think that it's probably going to flip back up and make a higher low and continue back into, this time around, entering into the bullish control. The last time it freshly entered into the bullish control was in January of 2017. Where was the price in January of 2017? It was at $211.
That's it?
That was a 10x.
God damn.
The jewel is currently still pointed upwards. It's fuck. Currently entering into the bullish control as well. The last time it entered was in October of 2016. 2016 was a good year.
Oh, yeah.
$156.
Yeah.
Monthly is looking like a local top right here after these two dojis have then followed through to the downside. We're currently bouncing off the median. This is going to be the last hopium area. The median is at 1755. If that's lost, we're probably going to come down towards this 55 EMA and 61.8, somewhere around that low $1,300 area to high $1,200. 2 weeks momentum is pointed heavily down, getting close to bearish control, while volatility is still pointed down as well. If we lose this median, we're currently below it. Median's at 2,073. Volatility is going to start expanding to support this move to the downside, and this momentum is probably going to enter into bearish control. The jewel is flipping over. It's currently at the pink, and it's flipped to this dark blue cell. If it holds as a dark blue, it's probably going to drop below the pink and come somewhere around the edge of this bullish control area. And this is where the bulls would absolutely need to step in, or this thing is probably going to go down 15 to 20% from there.
Yep.
Because this is a 2-week time frame. Weekly also gave us a little consolidation and local top right here. And then we closed below the median, and we got several closes below it. Retest right here, which was a failure. And now we've closed below the 21, and we're rejecting it on the retest. That would be a setup of usually to the 55, but we're probably going to go lower than 55 because we've already used that as the spring point before. Probably going to come down towards the 100, which right now is at like 1563. 5-day momentum is starting to flip back up, and it's rejecting the bearish control. The volatility is still pointed down. That would give you a probability of hitting the median. And the last close was like a little bit of a green doji, which signals indecision on this move to the downside. So it wouldn't make sense to get a bounce right here, but we would want to hold this 38.2 at 1874. If we can close above that, that's going to activate the move towards the median. The median right now is at 2071.
Oh, it would be almost all-time high.
Yeah, then from there, it's probably going to continue going higher.
Yeah.
2-day is still pointed down, and it's within bearish control. And now momentum, volatility is pointed up to support that move to the downside. Volatility is only at 70%. So it can still go down. The price can go down a lot more while volatility is still not tapped out. This thing tapped out last time in the upper 80s. We're currently rejecting the 21 EMA and getting follow through to the downside. If we lose this 100, though, that idea of a bounce is probably out the window, and we're probably going to go significantly lower. 100 is at 1792. Close below that, probably going first to the 200 at 1570, and then possibly this 97.5%, which is just around 1500. I don't think this thing likes to go to the 100% range. So I'm not really comfortable saying that. It gets close to it. Close to it, but not quite.
Yeah.
100% range, just for shits and giggles, is $1,160.
That's around where the EMA 100 is on the monthly.
Daily has a gap right here, and we have a fresh silver cross to the downside. The gap is at just at this 38.2% at 2066. We are at bearish control on the momentum, and volatility supporting it too. So I would not be looking for this gap to get filled anytime soon. I could possibly see us get a little bit of a move down, tap this 200, if not bounce to this 88.3, and then on the next daily open, come back to retest this 9 EMA at this 100, reject it, and then I would expect the actual move to the downside to happen. Because silver crosses usually like to get retested before they play out. No, 4 hours also got a nice silver cross to the downside, but we got some follow through right away whenever we dumped to $1,760. And as of now, we're still rejecting the 21 and the 9 EMA. From this one, we're rejecting the 5, and we're continuing to the downside, and we're losing this previous green candles open, which invalidates that inverted hammer. Momentum is in bearish control, and volatility is pointed up too. The jewel is slipping back around. It tried to flip back up for a little bit, and it got rejected. Now it's on the dark blue. Next 4-hour open is probably going to enter into bearish control. And that would bring us somewhere around this 95% at $1,716, maybe 97 at $1,650. Quarterly is now starting to expand on volatility from about 40%, and now it's above the moving average. When it started expanding, it was at about $1,300, and from there it went to 2,100. And momentum is going to be pointed up, and we're going to enter the critical zone as long as we're closing above $1,396. Let's say.
Very doable.
Yeah. The last time we entered the critical zone was back in January of 2017 when price was in the $200 zone. 200 to 150s. Monthly, however, is going to turn down, and we're going to exit the critical zone as long as we're closing below $1,965.50. So the last time we flipped down in that area was about here. We got a short-term correction down towards this 21 EMA, and then we continue to spring upwards. 21 EMA right now is just around $1,600. You remember that number from the HPDR, 1650?
Yep.
And right now, volatility is contracting as well. And we're at extreme lows on volatility at 11%. So if we were to get that little bit of a move down, volatility contracts even more. around 1600. And then we can see if we see a nice bounce there, volatility will start expanding, and that move would very likely take us to new all-time highs. 2 weeks started expanding a little bit, then started contracting. It was expanding on the move up, now volatility is contracting on the move down. So it's something that this move down is going to be a corrective move. And momentum is currently pointed down as well, about below $2,110. So downwards momentum with downwards volatility is correction towards the downside, and you should be looking for a higher low. Maybe towards this 55, which is going to rise a little bit, very likely around that $1,600 area.
Yeah.
Weekly is currently expanding from 0% volatility, but it's not confirmed as expansion yet because it's only at 4%. About 15%, it's going to be considered a playable expansion. And we're currently exiting the critical zone, and momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below 2,082. 5 days expanding from 3 periods of 0% volatility. And momentum is down, breaking out of the critical zone as long as we're below 2,081.
So that's corrective, right? Because volatility is not expanding; it's at 0 while the price is coming down. So that still validates the idea of a correction, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 days expanding from 2 periods of 0% is currently at 61.1%, and momentum is rejecting the bullish control, and it's going to be down as long as we're below 1926. So that is giving us more of an idea that we can continue on this correction lower. Daily with that silver cross, volatility is currently at 90%, and we will flip up if we're closing above 1839. So bears have the next 4 hours to take this below 1839, or we're probably going to get a bounce from here. And that's going to be that same idea of retesting this 9 EMA somewhere in the low to mid 1900s. 4 hours contracting from multiple periods of 100% volatility when we were getting that dump. So now, but momentum is pointed down, and we're rejecting the bullish control. Momentum is going to be down as long as we're below 1926. Interesting. So that would tell you that this move towards the downside will be a corrective move before we see a little bit of a try higher. I'm guessing somewhere around that same low 19 to mid $1,900 area, and then eventually the higher time frame would take over, and this is probably going to go somewhere around $1,600. And from there, I would be looking for the next macro low to new all-time highs.
Yes, indeed. June 29, big ticket commit. I'm sorry. It's boomer rap. I get into it every now and then. It's just part of my life. The Vitalik coin.
Ethereum.
Ether. EA Sports. It's in the game. 1 second. All righty. Vale. Estamos viendo Mercado Libre, damas y caballeros. Interesante el gráfico de Mercado Libre. Uno de mis favoritos, muy alcista, el hijo de perra. No hay duda alguno, y no lo digo en mal sentido. Ya saben que amo a los perritos. Lo primero que quiero ver es la de 6 meses, que eso no lo habíamos platicado acá, simplemente porque sí. Interesante, el promedio de la 9 está en 1320 cacho, en lo que ha estado esta volatilidad completamente expandiendo y bajando. Hemos visto que está subiendo. Ok, interesante. Bueno, vamos ya a timeframes que nos sirven de algo. Empecemos con el de 3 meses. Rápidamente por acá. Podemos ver que Mercado Libre vino a hacer un alto histórico en $2,171 acá en julio del 2024. Desde entonces ha estado yéndose básicamente de lado. Tuvo un movimiento bastante agresivo de aquí abajo a la zona de arriba. Y quiero que se queden en la mente el promedio de la 9 en la trimestral, en los 1,577. Nosotros pensamos que esta sería la zona de interés con mayor aprovechamiento, si se puede decir eso, en este lugar donde está el promedio del 9. A largo plazo podemos ver que hemos tenido esta subida en lo que la volatilidad está yendo de lado. La volatilidad acá empezó a expandir arriba del promedio y pueden ver lo que pasó cuando expandió arriba del promedio, simplemente subido. Ahora, se está yendo de lado, lo que nos dice que probablemente vaya a continuar un poco por ahí. Pero va a continuar esto. O sea, estamos viendo continuación en ese movimiento. Vamos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual estamos viendo que la volatilidad está haciendo un reseteo por acá, regresando a niveles del 11%, lo que nos dice que por ahora lo que estamos viviendo es una corrección y justamente cuando cayó la volatilidad de eso, corregimos a la baja. Eso es en la mensual. Importante. Vean dónde está el promedio de las 21 en la mensual, en los 1500, en los 1607. 1607 es esta zona para Mercado Libre va a ser una zona de extrema importancia para hacer probablemente esto y después irte a buscar un alto histórico. Es lo que nosotros pensamos porque tiene demasiadas confluencias en diferentes temporalidades. Por ejemplo, 2 semanas. 2 semanas por esa zona más o menos que tienes. El promedio de las 55 que va a cerrar, ¿cuándo cierra esta vela? En 3 horas 53 minutos, lo que va a empujar este promedio aquí arriba a la zona de los 1650. Entre 1550 y 1650 es la zona que nosotros vemos como la zona de máxima oportunidad, porque a fin de cuentas lo que estamos viendo es este movimiento alcista que continúa y lo único que está haciendo es consolidar antes de continuar arriba. Y por ende, nosotros creemos que esta zona va a ser... la oportunidad podría estar justamente aquí en el 21, podría estar un poco más abajo. O sea, la puedes dividir. Buena oportunidad, excelente oportunidad, me saqué la lotería oportunidad en Mercado Libre por cómo se ven las cosas. Un segundo. Me quito eso. Ok. Ya le puedo picar acá. Podemos ver que la volatilidad al mismo tiempo, una vez que cayó y se empezó a ir de lado, hemos estado consolidando. Vamos a la semanal rápidamente. Y en la semanal podemos ver que venimos en un periodo de nula volatilidad y la volatilidad está en 4%, por lo que todavía no está expandiendo y lo que nos está diciendo es que es un movimiento correctivo hasta ahora, lo que hemos visto por acá. Voy a poner volatilidad justamente ahí. Aquí es donde tenemos que pasar y tenemos que estar por encima del promedio para poder tener un buen movimiento a la alza. Por ahora, en este gráfico semanal en Mercado Libre, podemos ver que estamos siendo rechazados por el 21 y el 9 y ahora estamos cayendo, donde el 55 nos agarraría en esta deliciosa zona de los 1724, donde hablamos de la primera oportunidad y vean dónde está el promedio de la 100 en 1564. Ahora, le gusta a Mercado Libre venir a retestear la 100 en esta temporalidad semanal. Lo pueden ver, por lo que no lo pondríamos tan fuera de la mesa que esta zona, y es por eso que nos lleva a esa zona que es tan importante para el precio de Mercado Libre. Por ahora vemos una corrección, simplemente yéndose de lado. Probablemente vengamos acá y tal vez de acá nos lleve al alto histórico o tal vez se vea un poco más por acá y dar continuación a la alza después. Somos alcistas a largo mediano plazo, creemos que estamos viendo una oportunidad acá en esta corrección y viendo el promedio de las 200 pasar por acá nos hace pensar que esta podría ser la zona de máxima oportunidad creando nuevos bajos, bajos más altos. Y ahora va a venir a buscar este alto más alto a ver cómo le va. Pero Mercado Libre se ve muy fuerte, bastante. Simplemente está corrigiendo un poco, no todo nada más sube como loco y pueden ver que también la volatilidad ya se está cansando y la volatilidad expandió en esta bajada. Entonces, este movimiento nos está diciendo que está a punto de acabarse. Así que la gente con mucha suerte va... podría comprar en los 1600 y buena acumulación por esta zona de los 1700 y ya por acá pues puede que se haya ido el tren, pero creemos que sí va a haber una corrección ahora. Now let's see.
Ethereum. What? I didn't say hey Siri.
Oh, she's just paying attention. She just wants to be a part of it. ETH.
I was promised Siri was going to get better with that Apple Intelligence bullshit and still just as useless.
By the way, did you get Apple Intelligence on your phone?
Not that I can tell.
Exactly.
Monthly is currently rejecting the bearish control and starting to flip up while volatility is flipping down, which gives you a target of hitting the median. Right now, we just about front ran the median a little bit, but as long as we're closing over the 38.2, we should still be hitting the median once again. And right now, the median's at 3,574. If we get any close over the median, then volatility is going to start expanding to support this momentum, and that's going to give us two targets. First is going to be the 38.2, and then if we get strength, we're going to go straight from there to the 61.8. 38.2 is new all-time highs at $4,993, so let's say $5,000. And then the 61.8 sits at 6,676. Quarterly momentum has fully reset after our move up from the Hamas setup. We came all the way, tested the bullish control, flipped down. Now we're at 0% again. And volatility is also at 0%. So if we do, on a quarterly, we're still below the median though, we're rejecting the median at 3,624. If we get any type of close over this median, volatility is going to start expanding. This thing is going to break back to the upside, and this time it's going to enter bullish control. And now we're probably going to see George numbers, because that takes us to the 50% at a minimum from 0% volatility. That's $9,500. Last time around, were we at zero volatility? Yeah, the last time we expanded from, we went all the way down to zero, expanded from 0% volatility was when we were at $881. And from there, we went to 4,100.
Sir, come down.
But we went to the 100% range that time too. 100% range is absolutely retarded numbers, like mind-numbingly retarded, like autistic numbers, like vegetable area numbers, because that's close to where Bitcoin is now. $50,000.
Can you imagine?
Even George would be like, put down the correct pipe, sir.
Yeah.
2-week currently momentum is pointed up, rejecting the bearish control. Within the next 1 or 2 candles, we're probably going to enter into the bullish control, and volatility is pointed down. If we get a close over this median, which we're currently above, 2,787, volatility is going to start flipping back up. And since we're coming from such extreme areas, that should very likely take us to somewhere around the 78.6 to 61.8 to 78.6. We're probably going to find some resistance around the 61.8 because that's our current cycle highs at $4,000. But it's probably not going to last that long. And then from there, it's probably going to zoom to 78.6, which is at just under $5,500. The long-awaited $5,000 target that we never got in 2021. I remember because I had I got 3 bottles of Aileron from when I went to Monterey, and I opened all of them except for one. And I was saving one, and I was like, I'm going to open this one. It's 5,000. Never did. And then eventually I just wanted to drink, so I opened it.
You're like, exactly. That happens to me all the time too. I do buy bottles for special occasions. I'm like, well, I can buy another one for that special occasion later.
Hey, we're both alcoholics, I guess. Momentum is currently trying to flip back down after rejecting the bullish control at this top 38.2. And now we're getting, we got a sweep of that liquidity, and now we're putting in a swing failure pattern, going above this and flipping red. We're below the 38.2 as well. That's probably going to take us down towards this median. Right now, the median is at $2,781. But I would expect a very high probability bounce in that area as long as Bitcoin is not collapsing.
Fingers crossed.
The 5-day is currently just about a silver cross to the upside. As long as we get maybe one or two more, I would say one would probably do it. Close above 2,754. That is 21 will cross over the 55. And, but we're very likely not just going to go up from there. What we're probably going to do is consolidate a little bit based off of this candle while the 9 EMA moves up, and then we're probably going to retest it on the downside move, wake off of that, and then spring from there. I would say probably to $4,000, and that could take us all the way down to easily 2,700s. 2 days is still currently pointed to the upside on momentum, while volatility is pointed up on this move to the downside. 2-day just freshly silver crossed. So what I can give some hopium is that if we continue down on this correction, we can come down to the 2-day 9 EMA, which is like 2,930. And if bulls step in there and we can strongly bounce from there, then this silver cross is going to be playable, and we're probably going to see a spring from there. But I would first want to see these ranges step up also, because we currently rejected the 8.3. Daily is going down heavily on momentum. Now we've broken, we lost the bullish control. We're approaching the neutral zone, while volatility is just about to fully reset also. It's at 18%. The jewel is starting to flip over and rejecting the critical zone, giving us this dark blue cell. I'd be looking for it to start flipping around somewhere around the bottom of this bullish control, which would probably be somewhere we're at that $2,700 area where we retest the silver cross. 4-day has currently lost to 21, retested it and rejected. Now we've lost to 55. I would look for this next tap of the 55 to be a rejection and us to continue towards the downside. Then at that point, this volatility will start expanding and momentum will flip down back into the bearish control. And that would take us somewhere around like 88.3, which is like 28.50, down to maybe this 200 EMA or SMA, which is at 2,700. And I think the $2,700 area would be much more realistic for the tap of this 200, which we have not
coming
tapped.
up.
Yeah, we have not tapped that 200 since this entire rally, since we were in the 2000s.
Mm.
Hey, maybe Trump should come out and say he's going to buy 10 million Ethereum for the U.S. Reserve.
I'm going to buy the Ethereum. He's got a guy with a big dick. He's a very nice guy. Loves
Seen a
his
lot of big dicks.
dicks.
Believe me, I've seen every big dick in the world.
Oh, I've seen big dicks. The biggest. People know when I've seen big dicks. What?
Everyone knows Trump, and everyone knows Trump is the master of big dicks. The monthly is currently rejecting the critical zone on our current cycle highs when we went to 4,100, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 3,583. Let's say 84. We have 15 days to go though, so if we get an up only mode again for the last 2 weeks of the month, then I guess I could see us over 3,600, but it's kind of unlikely at the moment, and we're probably going to break towards this bearish control area, and that's where we probably bounce. 2 week expanding from 15% volatility, currently at 26%, and we're going to flip up and reject the bearish critical if we close above 2,400, let's say 28. That's one more point in the bulls camp, and we're also about to reclaim these 9 and 21 EMA that we've been below since this entire summer correction going sideways. Weekly is expanding from very low levels on volatility, like 5%. It's currently at 26%. It's above the moving average also, and it's rejecting the bearish critical zone, and it's flipped up as long as you're above 2460, and it's also going to enter into the bullish control. Last time it entered to bullish control from this area to these lows was back on the Hamas setup. But since we're getting this candle though, this would tell us that we're probably going to get some type of downside move first before we get the spring.
I was going to say, yeah, right? Because the expansion of volatility while you're getting that candle, it's literally at that same time.
And that brings us right down to the 2700s.
Yep.
5-day expanding also from very low levels in volatility, and we're going to flip down as long as we're below 31, 34, giving us a point in the bearish camp. Right now, bears have more points. 2-day also is gonna enter the critical zone as long as we're above 26.13, so let's say 26.14. But the reason why we're probably not going to spring from there is, one, because of these top candles, and two, because we're going to be at very extreme levels in volatility. So we're going to have to be looking for a mean reversion, which would be a little bit of a move down towards that 2700 area. Daily is already contracting on volatility after 3 periods of 100%. We've dropped below the moving average, and we're currently breaking down from the critical zone, and we're going to stay down as long as below $3,375, which we're about $300 below that right now.
Yeah. It's the cool 10%.
4 hour down as long as we're below 3,069. Nice. While volatility is currently contracting, brings us towards this 200, 2700s. So the very low time frames are telling me correction, probably 2700s, and then the very high time frames are telling me continuation towards on the HPDR George numbers.
Perfecto. Let's do SUI next, por favor.
Sounds good.
Vale. Vamos a ver Ethereum rápidamente, hay que revisarlo. Parte del entorno cripto, como todos ustedes saben, la moneda del gran pene de Vitalik. Todos lo han visto en esas fotos tan misteriosas con su novia. Qué impresionante. Yo no sabía que era de novias el tío, pero bueno. Ethereum ha tenido un máximo histórico en 4,850 cuando todos estamos esperando los famosos $5,000 de Ethereum. Hemos visto que desde entonces no ha podido volver a hacer otro máximo histórico y llegó a topar en el 2024, en enero, en $4,000 en $4,096. Desde ahí ha estado corrigiendo, yéndose de lado, pero no ha perdido la 9, lo que nos dice que sigue en un mercado alcista, algo parecido a esta zona. Podemos ver que la volatilidad está por debajo del promedio, lo que nos está, y aparte yéndose de lado, lo que literalmente nos pone en esta teoría de que esto va a haber continuación al movimiento que estás viendo en largo plazo. Largo plazo está se ve bastante alcista. Pueden verlo literalmente solamente con teoría de vela. Este puede ser ¿cómo se dice? Esto puede haber sido la zona de máxima oportunidad para comprar y ahora estamos haciendo un nuevo mínimo más alto que los de antes y ahora vamos a ir a buscar este alto en los 4,100 básicamente, en lo que Ethereum expande por encima del 9 y del 21. Vamos a ver la volatilidad mensual, de nuevo yéndose de lado y lo hemos visto por acá, simplemente una corrección. Una vez que caes debajo del promedio de la volatilidad, estás viendo cómo el precio simplemente está consolidando de lado. Vamos a ponerla de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, volatilidad empieza a expandir y está expandiendo desde este punto, que es lo que nos ha hecho ir de lado, pero para arriba, lo que da continuación. Esto quiere decir que bastante alcista, tíos, no les voy a mentir. Y quiero que vean algo. ¿Dónde se encuentra en el de 2 semanas el promedio del 21 y el promedio del 9 en los 2,770? Apunten eso, guárdenlo mentalmente, ¿ok? 21, 9, 55, 2,700 en la semanal. Puedes ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandir a la alza justamente cuando tuviste este movimiento, pero ahora empieza a irse un poco de lado. Esto en la semanal, todavía se ve bastante alcista en la semanal, pero vamos a brincar allá a temporalidades más cercanas al día de hoy y puedes ver que está un poco exhausto el movimiento que había dado acá, que fue esta expansión de precio, y ahora que estás viendo la volatilidad ir de lado, estás viendo este movimiento correctivo, lo que nosotros creemos es una corrección. Una vez más, pusiste atención donde estaban tus promedios, aquí tienes el 55 en el 2,741 con un cruce plateado a la alza, lo que nos dice que probablemente Ethereum esté interesado en venir a retestear este promedio por aquí en los 270 y después dar continuación al movimiento que estamos viendo, que la volatilidad apoya en temporalidades más altas. Aún más corto, puedes ver que Ethereum básicamente llegó a tope justo acá y ahora la volatilidad está yéndose de lado en lo que está corrigiendo, lo que nos dice que este es un movimiento correctivo. Y ahora ve dónde está el promedio de la 100 y dónde está el promedio de la 55 en la diaria, justamente en estas, perdón. No puede ser. No puede ser, Alejandro, no aprendes. Justamente en esta zona de los 2,700. Así que, ¿dónde está la oportunidad grande para Ethereum? Justamente acá, en los 2,700, estamos viendo justo como con Bitcoin está corrigiendo. En altas temporalidades lo que vemos es que esto va a ser pum, pum, va a ir a buscar a barrer ese nuevo, el máximo local que tenemos y a ver si se puede ir a buscar el nuevo máximo que hemos visto, porque los setups que tenemos acá son muy parecidos a los de jamás que podemos ver en Bitcoin. Entonces, creemos que este simplemente es un movimiento correctivo antes de poder tomar el impulso que continúe y continuar a la alza a los siguientes niveles. Atención, algo que no quieres perder para todos ustedes que sepan, si estás en los 2,700, etcétera, esta zona justamente de por acá, en los 2,632, abajo de eso empieza a cambiar un poco todo, pero mientras y siempre y cuando estemos por encima de ello, Ethereum pinta bien, simplemente vamos a tener que ser pacientes por ahora, es lo que parece. Eso es, damas y caballeros, Ethereum. ¿Cuál es la que iba a hacer ahora? Que le dije a Farhan Sui. Un segundo, voy a también agregar eso por acá. Sui.
I gotta take a Sui. Very interesting one. I'm going to start with the weekly because there's not enough data to do the monthly or the quarterly. We're currently at all-time highs. Interesting. So price would be in what you call price discovery mode right now, where buyers and sellers are going back and forth trying to find what this thing is actually worth. my opinion, zero, but the market disagrees with me.
Very, very much.
Momentum is tapped out a little bit after we hit the 100%, but we're still continuing to the upside, while volatility is going sideways as well. And the jewel is starting to flip over, sort of, but not really. The curvature is still kind of flat, so it's not as much of a chance that it's going to flip over into the dark blue. From here, as long as we continue upwards and we close over the 78.6, it's at $3.54. This white is going to turn back to light blue. Same thing on the 5-day. 2 days looking like a local top, especially with that doji right here. Currently rejecting the 97.5, while volatility and momentum are literally tapped out. Jewel's entering into the bullish control and is about to enter into the critical zone. Daily also is looking like a local top. We're at the rejecting the 97.5. Now we're below the 95. While volatility and momentum are starting to contract a little bit. So I would expect a pullback from here, maybe to tap this 9 EMA if we're insanely bullish at $3, but probably lower because this is a shitcoin. So it likes to do shitcoin activities, probably comes down to somewhere around $2.60.
Shitcoin activities.
Goes up and down very aggressively. 4 hours also looking like a local top right here, and now we're bringing into the 38.2. From here, we're probably going to lose this 21 and come down to this 55 at $2.90. While momentum is flipping down and volatility is at 0%. That probably takes 0% volatility, probably takes us to the 100 EMA, $2.60. Jewel's also flipping back around into this dark blue. Weekly is 2 periods of 100%. Now are we contracting? Not yet, because we're still above the moving average. Momentum is going to flip down as long as we're closing below $3.40. However, got 2 days to go, which is an eternity in shitcoin land. So, and it's going to stay within the critical zone if it flips up. If it stays up. If it flips down, though, it's going to break out of the critical zone.
At the price that it's at right now, right? Like you can't lose that level.
Yeah, 340. If you close below 340, which is at where it's at right now, it's going to flip down.
Yeah.
5 days already contracting on volatility. We're going to flip up, however, on the 5 day if we're closing above $3. 2 days volatility is at 100%. Moving average is only at 98%. Moving average is only at 80%. So not really giving me that much. But these candles are looking extremely toppy. And momentum is going to be up as long as we're above 257. So possibly we don't really get much of a pullback. Maybe we just get consolidation. Daily is at several periods of 100%. And now the moving average is caught up as well. And we're going to flip down below 338. Test the edge of the critical zone. 4 hour contracting volatility. It's at 19% now. And we're going to reject the critical zone and flip down below 343. So the pretty high time frames are looking corrective, and the lower time frames down to the 4 hour are looking kind of corrective. I would look for somewhere around 260s, and then from there I would expect a spring into new all-time highs once again, unless Bitcoin collapses.
Well, then that'd be a completely different story, sir. Then everybody would be fucked. All righty. Thank you. Let me see what's going on here. What's going on over here? Amazon. That's a good one. I'm curious about
Lex Luthor.
So by the way, everyone in Superman, like we talked about this, Batman. No, wait, is it Superman? It's Superman. Everyone in Superman looked at Lex Luthor as he was like a super wealthy good guy. Like not a lot of people knew that he was the bad guy, and I think Jeff Bezos is exactly that.
Oh.
So there you have it. Just my stupid opinion. There it is. There it is, everyone. Just like all of you on Twitter. Here it is. My stupid opinion. Ok. Casi me ahogo con mi propia baba. Felicidades, Alejandro. Esto es SUI en la mensual. Pueden ver que está formando estructura para todos los que estamos aprendiendo apenas. Abrió acá SUI. y cerró esta vela acá mensual, impresionante, casi en $1. De ahí se dio una corrección, subió, corrección, pero creó bajos más altos que este, y está creando este alto, alto más alto. Había hecho este alto más alto y ahora este alto más alto tiene bastante fuerza. En alta temporalidades se ve bastante bien. El promedio de la 9 está en 1.680, que nos dice que muy probablemente esto vaya a continuar, aunque estamos viendo que ya estamos algo sobreextendidos, pero la última vez que hizo esto no nos dijo absolutamente nada. Así que esto lo vamos a dejar tal cual para no especular a lo estúpido, porque no hay absolutamente nada que estemos viendo. Estamos viendo que en la semanal está la volatilidad a punto de llegar a extremos, pero pueden ver que le gusta llegar a extremos y quedarse ahí. Es cuando finaliza el movimiento, por lo que todavía le queda más y nos da una idea de que va a haber continuación de este movimiento a largo plazo en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal podemos ver que está ya más cansado el movimiento. Una vez más, tuviste estos periodos de volatilidad extrema. Estás entrando otra vez en periodos de volatilidad extrema. Sigue la volatilidad arriba del promedio, lo que nos indica que esto va a continuar todavía más. Hay más continuación en esta zona. Y vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la de 3 días. La de 3 días, una vez más, pudiste ver este periodo expansionario con volatilidad subiendo. Ahora la volatilidad volvió a subir después de que él tomó encima este promedio y pueden ver lo que causó. Y la volatilidad continúa junto con el promedio, lo que nos dice que va a haber continuación. En la diaria, como sea, estamos en extremos. Lo que pensamos es que SUI vaya a dar una oportunidad por acá entre los $3 y los 2.60 máximo para poder entrar y de ahí dar continuación a lo que estamos viendo. Eso es básicamente lo que SUI nos demuestra. Está cotizando en 3.3. Algo importante, no quieres perder el nivel de los 2 puntos, básicamente el promedio de las 21 en la diaria. Si empiezas a perder el promedio de las 21 en la diaria, lo que acabamos de decir es invalidado y empezarías a ver cómo el momentum empieza a irse en la otra dirección. Pero por ahora, SUI se ve bastante bien, bastante alcista, está creando buena estructura, lo pueden ver acá. Vamos a quitar todo esto, todo el ruido para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Ok, gracias. Como hemos formado desde acá, que fue su bajo local en agosto del 2024, nuevos bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y también altos más altos. Está en altos históricos en este momento SUI. Para todos los que se metieron bien a SUI rápidamente. Ok, Mercado Libre. No, Amazon. Amazon is the one. Amazon is the one. Un segundo. Amazon.
You know why it's going up, right?
Why?
Same reason as Coinbase. Jeff is bald.
I love when I hear that. A lot of people are saying that on Twitter, on X. I'm sorry. Can't just fucking get it right.
Yeah, you're dead naming it. How dare you?
I know. Brian? Oh, Brian.
Is bold.
Yeah. He's very bold. The founder of Coinbase. He's like the example of a white man, in my view.
He said the F word for the first time publicly the other day whenever the FBI raided the Polymarket CEO.
Wow. Look at him losing his shit. He's like, I am so mad that I am willing to say the F word. F word, F word, F word.
We're currently above the 38.2 on the quarterly, which is at 201. Last time we closed over the quarterly, I mean, 38.2. No, we held it there. Right here, I guess. We didn't really, this thing doesn't really like to move that much when it closes over the 38.2. Interesting. Only 20%. I guess because it's a boomer stock.
Yeah.
Look at me saying
gigantic company.
Yeah. Look at me saying only 20%.
I know, on a $3 trillion company, dude. Oh, it's
No
a
wonder-
2 trillion. I'm sorry. 2
No
trillion.
wonder Wall Street thinks we're retarded.
Exactly.
Momentum is flipping back down out of the bullish control while volatility is flipping down. That's usually a test of the median, but that's only going to be if we reject this 38.2 at 201.61. Median is at 168. Monthly is currently over the median. Median is 201.26, but this candle is looking a little toppy to me. I would say that the median probably goes down on the next monthly open and we retest it again. And then from there, we can probably spring up. Yeah, and the momentum coincides with that, where momentum is pointing up, entering back into positive, and pretty soon it's going to be in this area, which is right under the bullish control. And volatility is at 0%. That takes us on volatility expansion, if it's assuming it's to the upside, towards this 61.8, which is at $262. Weekly is currently pulling back a little bit, and now we're below the 38.2. Momentum is kind of sideways. So I could see best hopium case scenario is down to the median, but that probably doesn't hold, which is at 195.50. Probably goes to the 38 bottom 38.2, and that's at 195. No, 180, 183. Finally, also
to SMA 200 is on the daily, and 187 is where the EMA 100 is.
5 days also giving me the idea of the pullback. Momentum is sideways and volatility sideways. Probably that 38.2 at 180. 2 days. Well, 2 days of bearish engulfing. Nasty bearish engulfing also. Momentum is pointing down, breaking out of the bullish control, and volatility is pointing down as well. Bottom 38.2, 180s once again. Gapping down on the daily. Volatility is about to break into bearish control. Momentum is about to break into bearish control, and volatility is pointed down. With volatility expansion, which is going to happen if we lose this 38.2 at 203 or 202.80, probably going to come down heavily towards this daily 200, which is at 180.
Bam.
4 hours looking very toppy, and we're getting expansion to the downside, losing the 38.2 at 203.70. Volatility is still kind of sideways, while momentum is about to break into bearish control. That's taking us probably to that 4 hour 200, 186, maybe a little bit lower to the 95 at like 183, 180. So the extremely high time frames are telling me this thing is probably going to continue going as vertical as it can for a $2 trillion company. But and we're over the 38.2, which usually precedes a 20% pump. But the lower time frames, like the 4 hour and the daily, are telling me that we're probably going to pull back a little bit, maybe base and spring from there towards those new highs.
All right. You want to do Tesla? Tesla. Testicles.
Let's see just how retarded Elon is.
Let's see. That dumbass. God, if you only listen to the people in X. Ok. Ok, vamos a ver Amazon, la empresa de Lex Luthor. Y de nuevo quiero repetirles a todo el mundo, Lex Luthor era pelón, multibillonario, y todo el mundo creía que era un gran empresario y no era malvado. Así que atención con Lex Luthor, una de las personas más malvadas del mundo. No es cierto, ya saben que estoy tirando palo como siempre. Vamos a ver Amazon en la de 3 meses rápidamente. Me gusta poner y dar contexto a esto. Les digo, hay casi en todo elimino mis canales, pero hay canales que son ley, y este canal es uno de esos, donde acá yo había puesto este objetivo en los 2.17, no lo ha tocado todavía, creo el precio, déjame ver el precio a dónde fue, en los 2.1635, pero este era mi objetivo, y probablemente de continuación por acá, que es justamente lo que estamos viendo en altas temporalidades, como en la mensual, la trimestral, que es esta, donde veamos probablemente esto y continuación a la alza y poder romper fuera de este canal, que sería muy alcista. Eso es lo primero que tenemos que poner en la mesa. Después, tienes todos tus promedios, estás muy por encima de todos ellos, no hay nada de qué preocuparse por acá en la trimestral. En la trimestral, en realidad, el momentum y la dirección de el movimiento junto con la volatilidad expandiendo, pueden ver que la volatilidad empezó a expandir justamente esta vela y expandir, empezó a expandir, me da igual. Desde acá para acá, lo que nos da continuación, esto quiere decir que a largo plazo Amazon va a continuar subiendo al ritmo que pueda subir una compañía de $2 trillones. En la mensual, Estamos viendo que un poco está exhaustado el movimiento. Venimos justamente aquí, fue donde la volatilidad cayó debajo del promedio. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos estado viendo desde entonces? Simplemente acción de lado, lo que nos dice que es un movimiento de consolidación en este momento para el precio de Amazon. Ahora, en la mensual, vean esta vela. Esta es una vela topera. Así que tenemos que poner un poco de atención a esto porque nos está diciendo algo. Pero esta vela no cierra por 14 días y 1 hora. Así que simplemente mantengan un ojo, es algo importante que cuidar. El promedio de la 9 está en los 182, esto es importante porque nosotros pensamos que la zona de los 180, 187 va a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad para Amazon, para aquellos que quieran agregar a su posición o comprar Amazon. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Porque en todas las temporalidades hay convergencias, ya sea el promedio de las 21, el promedio de las 9, pueden ver que está aquí en los 189, y estos van a subir obviamente en 3 horas y 19 minutos. Lo que estamos viendo en la de 2 semanas es que esta es una vela un poco topera, faltan 3 horas 18 minutos para cerrar. Si cierra así tal cual, no es una vela de tope en realidad, pero está muy cerca de ser. Así que como lo fue esta, lo importante sería no cerrar abajo de los 193, cierras abajo de los 193 y probablemente vengas a corregir a la zona de los 180, que es lo que platicamos. 180 es lo que quieres que aguante, porque si no aguantas la zona de los 180, vas a tener que buscar los 150, pero nosotros personalmente no estamos en el club que cree que eso va a pasar. Puedes ver que la volatilidad empezó y comenzó a expandir acá y lo ha hecho hasta acá, lo que da continuación a esta subida. Y nos vamos a acercar más a la semanal, donde una vez más puedes ver que la volatilidad superó el promedio y nos está dando este movimiento a la alza, un poco de lado. Es un poco lo que continúa. Y los promedios 21, el promedio del 21 está justamente en los 188 y el 55 en 174. Y esto va a subir obviamente hoy. En la diaria podemos ver acá básicamente cómo topamos, volatilidad cayó por debajo del promedio y hemos visto esta corrección, por lo que estamos viviendo un movimiento correctivo en Amazon y podríamos esperar en el promedio de los 200 ser retesteado, que no lo ha retesteado desde acá, desde septiembre, y ese promedio está en los 180 o hasta el del 100 que está en los 187, donde de nuevo encontramos más confluencia con el análisis que estamos diciendo. Entonces, con Amazon lo que estaríamos esperando es un poco, justamente porque pierdes este nivel de esto, y va a dar continuación después el movimiento en las temporalidades altas, pero en temporalidades cortas estamos viendo que vamos a vivir una corrección, perdiendo el promedio de las 9, mínimo el imán que sigue está en los 199, que es el 21, y abajo de eso está el 55 en 192, que de nuevo van a subir en 3 horas y 17 minutos. Es lo que le toca a Amazon. Jeff Bezos, muy bien, muy alcista todavía todo esto, va a poder seguir peleando con Superman, con todo su presupuesto. Por supuesto que lo hará. El tío Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos es Lex Luthor y Bill Gates es el Duende Verde. Dude, Jeff Bezos is Lex Luthor and Bill Gates is the Green Goblin. That's what Luigi just said.
I can see it now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we're ready for Tesla.
You better be careful. You're going to get DC and Marvel suing your ass.
You can suck my balls. Do you know how many dirty things everybody knows about everyone in Hollywood? I want to see their fucking ass trying to come at me. I'm like, you don't even know where I'm going to start with this. You don't even know.
You, and you got oiled up by Diddy.
Okay.
Quarterly momentum is kind of resetting a little bit, and volatility is at extreme lows, 16%. The jewel is starting to flip back around, losing the sell signal, curving upwards. On this next quarterly open, it's probably going to be cyan, and then maybe one more after that to enter the bullish control. Last time Tesla entered bullish control on the quarterly was in July of 2020, before it did a 10x.
Those candles on the quarterly are insane.
Yeah. And now currently it's over the median as well after closing above it. Now we're just brushing up against this 38.2. We got about a month and a half left to go. If we can close over $365, we should see a very, very large move to the upside. Last time we closed over the 38.2 was 2020. So if we close over that, at the minimum, we're going to see the 50%, very, very minimum. But since we're working with these low levels on volatility, we're probably going to go to the 61.8. But even the 50% is $850. The 61.8 is $1,200. That's going to put Tesla at like, that's 4x from here. So $4 trillion.
Oh, yeah. Easy. Well, when the president of the United States really owns this company, you know, because everyone thinks it's Trump, but it's him, you would think that he's going to go up.
I've been seeing a lot of people talking to themselves about how eventually Trump is going to hate Elon like everybody else, and he's going to kick him out of the government. Like, all right, bud, have fun with your fanfic. The monthly is currently over this bottom meme line. What I could see is very likely could happen because Tesla does like to trade a little dirty sometimes. Go back down, deviate this meme line, do like a swing failure pattern, close above it, and then launch itself up toward the top meme line. And that would be towards previous all-time highs. Momentum is currently well into the bullish control, while volatility is pointed up as well. Currently at 68% on volatility, so we could still keep going a good amount before volatility stops. Weekly momentum is starting to flip down with this little bit of toppy candle, and volatility is flipping down too. That would give us a target of the median. This median is going to move because it's going to close in 3 hours. But as of right now, median's at 268.50. But it probably goes up a little bit higher to maybe where this. Actually, you know what? Maybe not, because it's lining up exactly with this meme line, and that does back up my idea on the higher time, the monthly, that we might go back to retest this meme line. That would be a perfect test of the median.
At 270?
Yeah. And that would be a very dirty move to come all the way back there and then spring to 400. 5 days, not really giving much. 2-day momentum is also flipping down, while volatility is flipped up now, telling us that a decent sized move could be in the brewing. That's also taking us to 270. Daily is coming from very extreme levels on the HPDR, while momentum is turning down and volatility is turning down. That gives us the median first, but likely we're going to go below that because we're coming from such extreme areas on our momentum. And the jewel is freshly turning over as well, switching white. Next open is probably going to be that dark blue. That doesn't take us directly to 270. First, it takes us to around 280. That's going to be the area where bulls are going to absolutely need to step in. And then they would want to see it close above this 21 EMA. The 21 is what it likes to hold before it springs up. So if you can close above the 21 EMA, which is going to be one of these higher lows again, and then we're probably going to go to our current all-time highs. 4 hours currently trying to bounce, but it's still below the 5. And as long as it's still below the 5, I just look at this as corrective before we go lower, especially because we lost all of these major EMAs. That this 21 is going to become a magnet for price. And then eventually, if we lose the 21, because we're at such low levels on our momentum and volatility so high, it's unlikely that we'll lose the 21. So this is kind of telling me that possibly we find a bottom somewhere around $300. But if we don't spring back up and close above these moving averages, what we're probably going to do is consolidate right here while the oscillators reset, the ranges step down, and then we would probably get a move down towards this 55, which is at that 270 area. So we have multiple different things giving you 270 and only one thing telling you that we could bounce at 300. This will confirm it. Do you think I should be a fat ass and order myself some food after the stream, or should I just cook a steak? I'm feeling kind of lazy.
Oh, I was thinking about the same thing because I am hungry because I ate carbs yesterday, which is a terrible mistake. But I'm just gonna fire up the grill and make myself like 7 burger patties.
Do you just eat those with a fork?
It's just no, I don't eat those with a fork. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm gonna put cheese on them too, so I can turbocharge them.
I got some Mexican Oaxaca cheese, best cheese on the planet.
It's my favorite.
The quarterly volatility is starting to expand from about like 50% just on the neutral zone, and now it's at above the moving average as well. While momentum is flipping up and rejecting the bearish control as long as we're above $285. Last time momentum flipped up on the quarterly was in 2020.
Yeah. And the move was insane. You can see it because once it lost on the quarterly, once volatility lost the median, that was the huge dump Peru. And then it's regained it just now. And then ever since it regained it, it's been going up. So I can't imagine what this shit's going to play out like.
Yeah. And you can only imagine the meltdown on Twitter every single time Elon hits an all-time high on his net worth.
Oh, yeah.
It's rigged. It's corruption.
I can't wait.
Volatility is flipping up. It's above the moving average, that 56%, and we're going to enter the critical zone as long as you're above $211, which we're a good amount above now. Last time we entered the critical zone freshly from these areas, 2020. Weekly still up as long as we're above 283 while volatility is expanding, and we'll also enter the critical zone. So if we close a candle like this while momentum is pointed up, I would expect a little bit of a retest of this meme line, maybe a deviation, but from there I would expect a spring to the upside, especially since volatility is expanding with it. 5 days, well, going to be in the critical zone as long as we're over 283 and expanding on the volatility. 2 days at pretty high levels on volatility, 95%, but the moving average is only 80%. And we're going to be breaking into the critical zone as long as we're above 307. Dailies at 3 periods of 100% volatility, but we're just bouncing off of this 9 EMA, and now we're back over this meme line. Momentum is going to be down as long as we're below 352, however. I wouldn't look at that as really a death sentence as long as we're above this 9 EMA. And 4 hours also going to continue to the downside as long as we're below 340. And volatility is currently contracting from many periods of extreme levels. And now on the 4 hour, we've also lost the 9 EMA. So on the very, very low time frames, it's looking a little bit corrective. Like we can continue down. And I would look for maybe on the 4 hour, these gaps to get filled. Maybe down to 270. It's kind of seeming likely they were probably going to come down and retest that $270 area. But from there, I would look for price to spring back up and then the higher time frames to take over, and this thing to do some serious moves in the next year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. It's not out of the question for
4 years.
Yeah, over the next 4 years, presidential term. It's not out of the question for this thing to hit $1,200. That's what the HBR said.
My holy ball sack, dude. That's amazing. And speaking of ball sacks, the Vinny's is quite tremendous. What's next? Let me see. Morning. Also to Vinny, Fibonacci. Can we see Walmart? 1 second. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Walmart and then Disney. So we'll do Walmart now. Okay. Vale, voy a... Yeah, for Walmart? 1 second. I'll tell you. It's super stupid. It might be just the W, no?
It's WMT.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Tesla y este es el primer gráfico que quiero ver. Me emociona mucho este gráfico trimestral. La razón por la que me emociona, y voy a quitar todo el ruido, discúlpenme, voy a dejar los dibujos, es por esto. Venimos, es un poco el contrario de lo que vimos en Rivian, donde tienes este triángulo que está formando esta compresión en el precio. Y lo has visto, cada una de estas velas son trimestrales. En enero del 2020 Tesla estaba en $22 y para el final del 2021 estaba en $419. Básicamente un 40x. Nada mal para el precio de una empresa tan grande. Luego tuvo el tope en el canal, bajó, se dio una vuelta a los $100, de ahí otra vuelta a los 300, creó un nuevo mínimo en los 138 en vez de irse a los $100 y de ahí está expandiendo acá. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo en temporalidades altas es justamente, prepárense, vean la volatilidad, se los voy a poner acá. La última vez que la volatilidad pasó el promedio a la alza fue esta zona. Y en esta zona fue este movimiento de literalmente 2,474%. Desde entonces, acá cayó. Justamente acá cayó de la volatilidad del promedio y pueden ver que en todo el camino en lo que estuvo abajo, estuvo corrigiendo Tesla. Y ahora, otra vez, si nos acercamos y vemos, la volatilidad rebotó justamente en 53% y está expandiendo al 55%. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Bueno, tíos, que estás a punto de ver a Tesla volver a tener un movimiento muy probablemente de este tipo de tamaño, donde nos llevaría mínimo a $1,200. Ahora, esto va a tomar año, 2 años, tal vez 3 años en llegar, pero definitivamente se ve muy alcista y eso sería un 3, un 4X sobre el precio en el que está en este momento, en los $317. Nos vamos acercando un poco más a la mensual. En la mensual también podemos ver cómo la volatilidad empieza a apuntar para arriba y una vez que lo hizo es justamente con esta vela verde gigantesca potente y rebotó justamente del 46% al 56%. Ok, lo tienen ahí. Están viendo en temporalidades altas esto. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo en este momento en Tesla es que se ve muy alcista en temporalidades muy altas. Puedes ver que hasta en la de 2 semanas tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá. Se recargó en la 9, que hubiera sido tu oportunidad perfecta para ingresar y llevarte todo esto hasta el cielo. Déjeme rápido checo algo. Volatilidad igual, apuntada para arriba y continuando, solamente en 71%. Le queda bastante recorrido a la alza. En la semanal, la volatilidad continúa expandiendo después de esto, lo que nos dice que va a haber continuación de este movimiento en temporalidad, una vez más, alta, que en 30 días para arriba va a continuar esto. Pero aquí los quiero traer a nuestro gráfico, donde habían visto que habíamos creado esta zona de resistencia y soporte para el precio de Tesla. Tuvimos este subidón hasta los 3.59 y nos encontramos en los 3.17 ahorita. Para poner la fotografía bien, vamos a la diaria y quiero poner también el promedio del 5 porque estamos en este momento peleando con el promedio del 5, estamos por encima de, pero venimos de estamos encontrando resistencia justamente acá. Lo que nosotros pensamos que Tesla va a hacer basado en temporalidades cortas es simplemente consolidar, tal vez darse una vuelta a la zona de los 270. La máxima oportunidad sería esta en 262 y de ahí poder dar continuación a ese movimiento a la alza. Eso es lo que vemos en temporalidades cortas, donde definitivamente el promedio de las 100 va a ser algo que probablemente vayamos a visitar, o el promedio de las 50. Vamos a ver cuál exactamente. Y de aquí podrá haber continuación. ¿Qué es lo que no quieres perder en Tesla para cambiar nuestra tesis? Básicamente los $260. Empezar a tener cierres debajo de $260, que está muy abajo del precio ahorita, es lo que nos haría voltearnos y decir que esto sería invalidado. Pero por ahora esto funciona bastante bien y Tesla continúa este recorrido a la alza y sobre todo ahora con Elon Musk siendo el jefe de Donald Trump. Muy probablemente los próximos 4 años vaya a haber continuación acá. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ir a Walmart, como de que no, WTM. WMT. Ahí está. WMT.
I'm muted. It's one of those days.
Dude, it's Friday. Come on.
It
was a long week.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I may or may not be getting drunk as fuck tonight.
I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to guess, but it's Friday, and I like to get drunk.
Maybe I'll order another bottle of Aileron. That last time I drank a whole bottle that day.
It's unbelievable, dude. I can't believe you didn't die. I myself, I can't handle that right now. I'm too old.
I woke up with a mild headache in the morning, but that was the worst of it.
Good for you. Very proud of you. Well done.
My liver is the size of a buffalo's liver, probably.
I was going to say half your body at this point.
50 on the quarterly, we're currently above the 50%, and we've closed over the 38.2. Last time we closed over the 38.2 on the quarterly on Walmart. Back in 1998?
Get out of here, dude. Get out of here.
Yeah, in October of 1998 is the last time Walmart ever closed above the quarterly. I mean, the quarterly 38.2. And then from there,
That's fucking ridiculous.
we did 176% to the upside after that.
Whoa.
So we're getting something that we have not gotten since 1998. And now we're above the 50%. Where did we go last time? We went towards the 88.3. So as of this moment, the 88.3 sits at about just about $130. Let's see how high that is from closing above. About 90%, very about half of what we did last time. So if we were to apply, let's say instead of 170, let's just do a calm 100%.
Just a super 100%. Chill. Yeah, just a super chill 100%.
That takes us to $170.
What the fucking
momentum
fuck?
Right. Momentum is currently breaking into bullish control while volatility is pointed up and the jewel is entering into the critical zone. Sheesh, what did Walmart do? Did they fire more of their employees?
I think they'll be able to very soon if they haven't.
Momentum is still flipping back up in the bullish control. Volatility is flipping back up too to support it. And now we're above the 78.6. That should take us to the 88.3. If we close above it, that's at $91.70. And once we're in the 90s, the rule of Crown has talked about this a couple of times. It's called the rule of nines that his trading mentor taught him. That whenever an asset is trading in the nines, it almost always wants to go into the tens, just because of the psychological aspect of it.
Oh, I never thought about that. That's so interesting. So, I mean, looking at Bitcoin, kind of.
Yeah. 100.
Yeah.
Weekly is looking a little toppy. We closed in 3 hours. We're breaking back below the 38.2. If we close like this, momentum is going to flip down. It's kind of sideways now. And that's going to give us a target of this 9 EMA and the median, which is currently at about $80. And if we lose that area on a close, then we're probably going to come down to the bottom 38.2 and this 21, which is about like high 70s, 77, 78. 5 years telling me the same thing about the pullback, considering since we rejected this top 38.2 and now we're getting a little bit of a move down. That median is sitting at $80, and then 38.2 is at $78. 2-day momentum is already turning down, while volatility is going down. What's telling me that we're probably going to bounce at that median at the $80 area is that the 2-day jewel is starting to flip back around. It's giving us this cyan light blue. And on this next one, it's probably going to enter into the critical zone. So I find it hard to see a deeper pullback whenever the jewel's looking like that. Daily is trying to bounce right now currently at the median. And the momentum is flipping up and volatility is flipping up to support it. So if we can close over this 5 EMA, which is at 84.62, I would say that the local bottom is probably in, and we're probably going to go up again, probably towards the 61.8 at like 86.50. 4 hour, same thing, bouncing, momentum flipping back up at the neutral zone, volatility flipping up to support it, and we're bouncing perfectly from this median and the 21 EMA. If we can close over this 5 at 84.83, that's also going to put more points into the camp of us making a bottom here and continuing higher. Just want to check the momentum on the low time frames to see if it confirms the local top. Yep, 4 hours is going to flip down as long as we're below 85.30. And the daily is going to flip down as well as long as we're below 84.79. So that takes away some of the idea of us having a local bottom in this area. Well, the monthly is going to remain up as long as we're above 84.15, and the quarterly is going to be up as long as we're above 81.42. So the very high time frames are telling me that this thing is probably going to go up pretty massively from here, especially since we've done something that we haven't done since 1998. And then, but the lower time frames, momentum is pointed down, and it's telling me that we're probably going to get a correction somewhere around low $80, maybe high $70. But that's just going to be an opportunity to bring us to new highs.
God damn, son. God damn. All righty, Disney's next.
I guess everyone's too poor to shop at Whole Foods, so they're back at Walmart.
Walmart's going to be the biggest beneficiary of everyone being broke as fuck.
Or that one other TikTok grocery store with the biggest retards in the planet shop, Erewhon.
Oh, dude, we love shopping there for some. I think that's the one where Balench.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
No.
That was a joke.
Dude, it's there's one. I can't remember which one is. Even my friend Pato, he lives in San Antonio. Whenever he comes to California, he goes to this one grocery store. He goes, I love coming here. We don't have stores like this. I hate going to the store, so I don't understand the love that they have for it. But I'm going to take their word.
Yeah, I prefer to just Uber Eats everything.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, because I do like to pick my meat. That sounds great.
Of course
Dude,
you do.
Of course
you do.
What a fucking great move this is. Look at Walmart. Insane. By the way, this consolidation was 3 years. This right here. 3 years.
What time period was that?
This was from July 2020, and it broke out on April 2023.
I mean, what the fuck, Walmart? Look at your stock. Bring back 24/7 Walmarts.
I know, but I guess that's why they're making more and more and more and more money. Those bastards. Good for them. Good for them. Ok. Vale, aquí tenemos Walmart. Y para que... por cierto, quería decirle a todos ustedes que en elitetradingacademy.us vamos a mandarle a todos ustedes que estaban viendo el en vivo, el de la clase de ayer, el video de la clase acabando este en vivo. Justamente, pobre Bruno, vamos a tener una juntita y les vamos a mandar ese correo para que todos puedan checar todo lo que analizamos y todo lo que vimos. De nuevo, estas no son ver precios, etcétera. Fue literalmente explicaciones que personalmente encontré muy útiles y me ayudaron bastante. Para toda la gente, lo que vimos es mucha gente tenía dudas que hay en el curso. Les recomendamos, si quieren aprender esto, váyanse al curso de Zero a Trader, ahí mismo en el sitio. Y la razón por qué es te ayuda a poder entender todos los conceptos que estamos platicando. Y si tienes un concepto que no estamos platicando, podemos desarrollarlo más para ti y poder explicarte a detalle. Pero también vamos a arreglar para todos ustedes que ya adquirieron el curso, que tienen acceso a él para todo el año. Vamos a darle un update y vamos a agregar cómo funciona Fibonacci, cómo funciona BBWP y vamos a también ponerles ahí algo para el HPDR. Vale. Ok. Digo, no en el curso, pero para que lo tengan en el sitio. Vale, empecemos con el análisis de Walmart, damas y caballeros. Walmart dándose absolutamente con todo. Quiero una cosa que notar es justamente la volatilidad expandiendo desde el 22% hasta donde está ahorita el 63% y continúa la alza. Sí, se está yendo un poco helado, pero está básicamente todavía apuntando para arriba. Eso nos dice en una temporalidad de este tamaño que el movimiento de Walmart va a continuar a la alza a lo largo del tiempo, que es impresionante ver lo que ha crecido. Ahora, en la mensual estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, pero estamos entrando en extremos. ¿Cuál fue la última vez que llegamos a extremos en rojo? Vamos a ver. Fue acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó cuando llegaste? Un segundo. Un segundote. ¿Qué pasó cuando llegamos acá? Me veo yo nada más ahí por chismoso. ¡Wow! Eso en gráfica mensual, impresionante. Fue esta corrección. Vamos a ver que primero pompeó y luego corrigió después en lo que la volatilidad llegó a tope. Ok, eso quiere decir que fue un pompeo y ese pompeo lo dio aquí, espérame. Esa pompeosis, ¿dónde lo perdiste, tío? No, lo perdiste acá. Voy a mover esto. Acá. Podría decir que acá en realidad. Porque ahí fue donde bajó la volatilidad del promedio. Ok, y de ahí tuviste un golpe a la alza de ¿cuánto? De 25%. Y de ahí tuviste un ¿qué? A la baja en este movimiento de 60%. Ok, ¿y eso cuándo se dio? En este periodo, cuando la volatilidad tocó fondo, fue que esto. Ok, entendido. Interesante. Fue la última vez que tuvimos un periodo de volatilidad como el que tuvimos justamente ahorita y fue literalmente en los años casi 90s, 80s, que fue al principio de esta locura. Déjenme reajusto mi tabla. Listo. para que vean lo eficiente que es el tío Salo. En la semanal, que estamos viendo en la semanal. En la semanal podemos ver cómo la volatilidad desde este punto bajó del promedio y ha estado consolidando hacia arriba. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo en diferentes temporadas de Walmart, en las de más largo plazo se ve muy alcista y que va a haber continuación. Ya entrando en la semanal, porque creo que la de 2 semanas todavía no lo tiene. Exactamente. La de 2 semanas justamente apenas acabas de ver a la volatilidad caer debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver acá. Justamente acá y continúa la alza, pero va probablemente a ser rechazado por el promedio. Vamos a ver cómo se da eso. Eso nos diría que muy probablemente vayamos a ver un poco más de lo que hace Walmart, que le encanta esa deliciosa consolidación de precio. En la semanal estamos ya cayendo en volatilidad, en lo que continúa el movimiento a la alza. Quiero que vean una cosa sencilla en este gráfico. Este gráfico me gusta mucho por esto, por los niveles que usa Walmart. Este punto de consolidación, literalmente desde el 2020, bueno, el precio en realidad entró aquí en esta zona en abril del 2020. Desde abril del 2020 hasta junio del 2023, o sea, 3 años, el precio intercambió manos entre los $40 y los $50. Esto es consolidación y es el mejor ejemplo de consolidación que he visto. ¿Por qué es tan fuerte esta consolidación y da este movimiento tan fuerte a la alza? Aunque también puede ser a la baja, ¿no? Depende qué es lo que esté pasando. Pero normalmente cuando tienes tanta gente intercambiando el precio en un mismo rango, nadie está en pérdidas. O si estás en pérdidas es casi nada. Y eso hace que más y más gente entre. Si sube tantito más el precio, toda esta gente está en ganancias una vez que llegas acá. Y ahora toda la gente que literalmente compró por 4 años Walmart está en ganancias, llevándoselas de aquí hasta donde ves ahorita. Y eso es absolutamente brutal. Lo que nosotros creemos es que probablemente veamos una corrección en temporalidad corta como la diaria. Y déjenme, les voy a poner esto. Lo que tal vez veamos es una corrección, pero no creo. Espérame, déjame quito el imán. Es lo que está partiendo los huevos. Lo que nosotros creemos es que puedes ver una corrección acá o hasta el 80, más o menos esta zona, y de aquí poder dar continuación al movimiento después en las más altas temporalidades. Pero por ahora estamos esperando que esta zona vaya a ser una zona de resistencia en los 85-70. Así que cualquier oportunidad por ahí arriba sería más o menos a la baja, pero de nuevo, es muy poco el movimiento que te va a dar, no creo que valga la pena. Yo creo que esto vale la pena si estás empezando a comprar Walmart para agregar a tu portafolio y ponerlo a largo plazo. Tus oportunidades van a entrar por acá y la mejor oportunidad sería por ahí de los $80. Ahí lo tienes, damas y caballeros. Walmart con una potencia absolutamente ridícula. Y ahora vamos a ver Disney. Tengo aquí Disney, estoy 99% seguro de esto. O lo borré en uno de esos enojos con Disney. No, aquí lo tengo. Que lo voy a borrar. ¡Wow, Sam! Sam Pompazo.
Looking like a local bottom on Bitcoin.
That's what I said on the fucking message, dude.
Yep, they always drop that news on bottoms.
Whenever they tell you that someone is moving 2,000 Bitcoins on a wallet on X, that's when you buy Bitcoin, gentlemen.
Look, guys, Satoshi is back. He's dumping on you.
Exactly. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, sorry. Like a degenerate, I was gonna put my gambling money in. Go ahead.
I just did. Quarterly momentum is currently pointed up. We're about to break back through the neutral zone. Volatility is pointed down, and the jewel is flipping back around within the bearish control. Next quarterly open probably breaks out of bearish control, and it's giving us this light blue. Currently, we're breaking back above the 38.2 as well. So this setup right here with momentum up and volatility down gives us a target of the median. Median is just above price action right now at $118. If we can close above it, then momentum will break into the positive area and volatility will flip up to support it. And that's where we can expect to go somewhere around the 50% or the 61.8, which is right now at 152.80 to somewhere around like maybe 162. Technically, that would still kind of be a lower high because we're below these ones over here. But the momentum would be in the bull's favor because volatility is going to be supporting the move up from extreme levels, extreme lows. Monthly is also breaking back into the 38.2 and above our major moving averages. And momentum is pointed up while volatility is at very low levels. That's targeting the median. Median's at 120. And Jewel starting to flip back around as well. And it's broken out of the bearish control, giving us this white neutral. Weekly, both momentum and volatility are pointed up. Momentum is at 86%, volatility is 86%. So we could get another pump from here before we end up topping them both out. This is a pretty strong week candle. Right now, the weekly 21 is just about to cross to a 55 as well, giving us a silver cross to the upside. Almost certainly going to happen on next week's open, as long as we're closing above $111. No, not $100, $98, my bad. As long as we're closing above $98, this is going to silver cross. That probably at that point also the HBR ranges are likely to move up, so then we can on this next time around we can break this 200 SMA. We weren't even able to touch it on the last move up, but last time we also had a fresh silver cross whenever we rejected it. But now we've made a higher low, and this time around we're probably going to be able to break it. Five-day as well, both pointed up momentum and volatility. Above the 88.3 currently. We'd be looking for two closes over this 88.3, so then we could target a move towards this 200 at 122. This 5 days already silver crossing right now. 2-day fresh silver cross as well. And we've opened up a pretty nice gap.
What's going on with Disney?
Did they get rid of wokeism?
I don't think so. This makes no sense. Because also Elon hates him.
Elon just started his own production company.
Well, the thing is, he did with X. And the thing is, that no one understands is what I'm saying. Everyone on X creates content for free for the platform that gets millions of views. Whereas Disney has to spend billions of dollars in stupid content that makes no money.
And which is just pure cringe also.
Mm-hmm.
So the 2 day is currently brushing up against the 97.5. We want to get a close over that so then we can get a move towards somewhere close to the 100%. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying we're going to tap the 100%, but that would be into the maybe 120s. That's also going up to these previous objective highs in March of 2024. That's really dirty. Daily put in one of these little shooting star candles to try to trick everybody to think we're going to go down to fill this gap. And psych, bitches started going back up again. But momentum and volatility are at very extreme levels. Momentum is at 98%, moving average is 84%. So we could see one more move into the 120s before the moving average catches up. And then from there, I would be looking for a pullback. And it'd be very, very funny if we go into the 120s and then come back down and fill this gap.
Oh yeah, all the way down to the 102.
Everybody who tried to short based off of this candle would be absolutely fucked.
Destroyed.
On the 4 hour as well, momentum is at very extreme levels. Volatility is very extreme levels, but the moving average is still 10% behind. So it can still move up a little bit more before it tops out. I'm going to look at Disney or Datney. There you go, Uncle Joke.
You just can't fucking help yourself, sir.
Quarterly is contracting volatility from like 86, 85%. And we're flipping back up out of the bearish critical zone, entering the bearish control zone as long as we're above $82.58, which we're healthily above right now.
Mm-hmm.
Monthly is also contracting volatility, and we're flipping up, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as we're over 101.32. And we're going to reclaim this 55 EMA. Damn, big, nice weekly candle. Weekly is expanding from 15% volatility, and we're entering the critical zone, and we're going to stay up as long as we're over 106.12.
Which
Five,
quite above.
yeah, 5-day also expanding from very low levels on volatility, entering the critical zone as long as we're over 109. 2-day also expanding volatility, 83%. You can still go for one more move up before it tops out, and we're going to flip back up, holding the critical zone as long as we're over 107.50. Daily is getting to pretty extreme levels on volatility at 97% with a moving average at 76%. So it tells you one more move possibly before this moving average catches up, and then we would get a mean reversion pullback. And we're going to stay within the critical zone flipped up as long as we're over 102.50. 4 hours at 2 periods of 100% volatility. Moving average still has not caught up yet, 89.68%. Damn, if only just one little more. And we're going to bounce holding the critical zone. We're going to bounce holding the critical zone as long as we're over $113. So it's looking from the low time frames that we're probably going to continue, and the high time frames a little bit more, maybe somewhere into the 120s. And then from there, I would look for volatility to start contracting, and probably we're going to come back down to fill that gap. And then from there, I would expect new highs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. I got AMAT for you.
AMAT. Applied Materials.
Applied Materials, son. Vale, está. Mi dibujito. Ok, estamos viendo el gráfico de Disney en este momento, para los que se acuerdan lo que es esto. Estamos viendo el gráfico de Disney en este momento. Voy a quitar los indicadores. Vean el gran rango que ha estado desde el 2014. Estamos viéndolo en un gráfico trimestral, ¿ok? Entonces, desde el 2014 hemos estado en este rango y solamente por poco tiempo nos hemos salido, y cada que salimos de este rango hay expansión bastante fuerte a la alza, lo pueden ver. Estamos hablando de toda esta zona. Entonces, vamos a ver cuál fue la última vez que rompimos la zona de los 120. Nos llevó mínimo con un 26% a la alza y máximo un 67% a la alza. En este momento estamos viendo a Disney cotizar en 113.93. El máximo histórico, me parece, sí, está en los 203, que es casi un 80-90% de movimiento hacia arriba todavía de donde estamos en este momento. Cuando volteamos a ver Disney en diferentes temporalidades, podemos ver que apenas con este movimiento en lo que está subiendo y la volatilidad corrigiendo a la baja, estamos viendo cómo Disney está trepando el promedio del 55, el 9 y el 21 con esta vela. Definitivamente quieres asegurarte que esta vela en un mes y 17 días cierre por encima de los $110. Si pierdes los $110, esto puede que sea un bajo más alto que este y había caída. Pero por el setup de volatilidad y momentum, tiene cara que a muy largo plazo esto va a continuar subiendo. Vamos a ir a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, donde tomamos el promedio de la 9, habíamos tenido este fake SFP aquí, bueno, no este SFP, más bien aquí, y luego tuvimos esta contracción y luego volvimos a expandir un poco el precio y ahorita estamos justamente acá. Creamos un nuevo bajo más alto de estos y esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro también, que el cuello lo tiene básicamente por esta zona del 120, si lo quieres ver así. Entre el 100 y 120, una vez que lo haces, tienes un movimiento medido de dónde a dónde, de la parte de abajo de este canal a la parte de arriba de este canal, y digamos que lo rompes acá y eso te llevaría más o menos a 163 como objetivo. Un segundo. 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas puedes ver cómo la volatilidad empezó a expandir justamente cuando el precio empezó a subir y ahorita justamente se va a ir a buscar a pelear contra la media que está en los 65.71%. Una vez que la volatilidad cruce esto y pueda superar la media, va a ir a buscar estos altos en el 87% y eso va a decirte que este movimiento va a continuar hacia arriba. En la semanal, estás viendo cómo ya literalmente hizo eso, te está diciendo el día de hoy, y ese movimiento expansivo es lo que nos llevó de acá, de los $95 hasta los $114. Y aparte, se apoyó perfectamente en el promedio antes de salir, como resorte, como de que no. Y todos nuestros promedios están aquí abajo y estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross justamente acá, siempre y cuando el precio cierre arriba de, me parece que eran $105, pero estamos bastante encima de eso, por lo que probablemente se dé. Voy a acercarme un poco más porque en temporalidades más cercanas, por ejemplo, la de 2 días, vas a poder ver que la volatilidad empieza a extenderse a casi extremos, aunque le falta, todavía no está en extremos, para llegar al 100%, en lo que el movimiento se está dando para arriba. Voy a acercarme a la diaria para que lo vean de cerca y vean esta ojetada que le hizo Disney a todo el mundo. Vienes de un periodo de cero volatilidad con expansión. Este es un setup de jamás. En la diaria, lo pueden ver acá. Nada de volatilidad, expandes arriba el 15% y ¡boom! Setup de jamás por acá. Esta vela de tope, le dijo a todo el mundo, ya por acá llegamos, nos vamos a ir para abajo a cerrar este gap en los 102, pero ni madres. Continuó la siguiente vela a la alza. Lo que nosotros creemos es que, basado en todas las temporalidades, esto muy probablemente tenga fuerza de llegar a los 120. Va a ser importante poder aguantar una vez que lleguemos ahí los 118. Y si aguantamos los 118, probablemente vaya a haber continuación. Si llegamos a los 120, y porque esto es importante también entender más allá de solamente por estos indicadores, tienes que romper los 123.78 para que esto se vea bien, porque ese es tu siguiente alto, aunque tienes uno acá justamente en los 117. Entonces, tu primer objetivo a la alza, 117.14, segundo, 120.68, tercero, 123. Si no llegas a los 123, tienes un rechazo en alguna de estas zonas, voltearías a ver más o menos el gap cerrado aquí en los 102 y esto simplemente haría algo así. Tal vez. Pero por ahora se ve bastante alcista, honestamente, Disney. No entiendo por qué, porque Elon Musk y todo el mundo está en el tren de pues, Disney vale madres, pero pues le está yendo claramente bien, así que no tengo más que decirles. ¿Cuál es la otra que nos habían pedido? Amat. Juan nos pidió Amat. Applied materials.
I wonder what type of materials they're applying.
Let me tell you, not great ones. You have a volatility expansion right here, fucking on the daily when it's coming down like crazy. Great. Alrighty.
Industrial machinery. I don't know what the fuck that means. On the quarterly, it's on kind of an only uptrend, but quarterly is a very, very high time frame, and you can have a lot of fuckery in between. Yeah. We're currently losing this 38.2, and we're back testing it and rejecting it. That would give us, since momentum is pointed down and volatility is coming from very extreme levels, a target of probably very likely a little bit of a bounce here at the median at 151, but that's likely not going to hold because the volatility is coming from so low. It probably comes down to the bottom 38.2. That's at $112, $113. Beautiful price at the moment, though.
Oh, 169.78. It's printing.
That's almost 33% down from here to go down to 112. That's a crypto size pullback.
Mm-hmm.
Momentum is breaking into bearish control, and the monthly volatility is pointed up to support it. And we're losing the 38.2 and rejecting it on the retest of it. And we're losing the 21 EMA, and that would bring us down to the 55 around like 140. But since we've already deviated that 55, what's more likely is going to be this 100. And this is going to move up after the next monthly open, but as of this moment, it's at $107. Weekly is currently sitting at the 100 EMA. Volatility, momentum is in the bearish control. Volatility is pointed up. Volatility is still at not high enough to we would probably find a bottom here. Probably going to lose this and come down towards this 200 and get a local bottom over here. But this bottom is probably not going to hold, and it's probably just going to make a lower high before it goes down. And this 200 is at 142. Two-day is currently losing the 200, and currently at the set was 61.8%, which is trying to bounce that right now. Momentum is also in the bearish control with volatility pointed up, and at 63% volatility, it's likely going to keep going down, probably somewhere towards this 95 to 97, which puts us at right about that 140 area to get a short-term bounce. The jewel is starting to flip back over as well, flipping from cyan to white within the bearish control zone, not letting it get out. Daily is also in bearish control, volatility 81%. It can still keep going lower before it's topped out. And on the daily, the jewel is already flipped into that dark blue. Currently tried to move up on this daily open, rejecting the 78.6. So from there, it's probably going to come down towards that 140. Four hour tried to bounce up to 95%. Momentum is kind of sideways a little bit, and volatility is pretty high, but it's also going sideways. I expect maybe a little bit of consolidation here. One more test of this 88.3, have these ranges step down, and then from there, I think we could probably nuke. If you can consider it nuke to go down to 140, then bounce, then 112.
Yeah, I would say so. I think in this, that's nuking, right?
Yeah, since this is a traditional stock, so
yeah, I would say so.
Would you call it a Nagasaki setup?
I wouldn't dare to call that because it's not extremes and it's not going to go like really, really low. Like 30% is what's something mediocre that happens?
Bombing of Serbia.
I was going to say, hang on.
Serbia setups.
I would call I actually something mediocre that happens that no one gives a fuck about is the Ukrainian setup, right?
Oh,
like
nice.
yeah,
yes.
You're bombing it,
Perfect.
but no one really cares.
The cokehead of Kiev setup.
There you go.
The quarterly is going to flip down. Wow, interesting. It's going to reject the critical zone as long as you're below 217. Let me zoom in on this. Also very interesting. Notice this high over here at $157.36, and then this high over here at $235.99. Yep, the momentum didn't go as high, so now we have bearish divergence between these 2 points, and that's going to give us a target of this 21 EMA. That is currently sitting at. It's going to move up after the next open as well because this is going to take a couple candles to play out. Right at $140.
Damn.
Monthly is losing to 21. We're contracting on volatility, moving out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 244.26. Not only that, but we're also going to lose the bullish control zone as well. That would give us target of this 55. Wow, what do you know? 138 to 140. Weekly is losing the 55, and we're getting volatility expansion. We're going to be freshly turned down and reject getting out of the bearish control zone as long as we're below $156. That would take us towards this 200. Interesting. $140.
Yet again.
5 days expanding volatility, and we're going to flip back down below 178.69. Beautiful. 140. 2 days about to lose the 200, and we're expanding on volatility. We're going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone as a critical zone as long as we're below 173.50. Daily just retested this silver cross to the downside and rejected it. Now it's losing basically all of our major EMAs. Volatility is expanding from 3%, and we're going to reject the bullish control zone and flip down as long as we're below 191.50. Four hours getting close to pretty high levels on volatility. It's at 85%. The moving average is not that high though. It's only at 53%. So we could probably still continue to see a dump before these top out, and we're going to be pointed down on momentum as long as we're below about $174. So all the way from the high time frames where we have bearish divergence forming into the low time frames, this thing looks like it's about to go down quite a bit. And I would not be surprised to first see a bounce to that 140 area, which multiple different time frames and indicators are pointing to, and for that bounce to fail, and then ultimately it to come down to around low 100s, like maybe 110s, 112s, and then from there I can see it putting in a macro bottom and continuing to the upside.
Oh yeah, oh yes, sir. Thank you so much. And now, XTIA.
I wonder if these guys are just like putting a bunch of tickers on a dartboard and just closing their eyes and throwing one.
Sometimes. So hey, sometimes that's more fun than actually just looking at the same companies.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Why is it not working?
What? XTIA? You got it?
My trading view was not working for a second.
That motherfucker.
Good fucking Lord.
I can't wait to see this.
This is by far the worst chart I've seen all month, probably my entire life.
Really? All right, I'm excited.
Do me a favor and put it on the quarterly when you pull it up.
Okay, I will. Estamos viendo AMAT. AMAT es Applied Materials, es cotiza en el Nasdaq, y estamos viendo el trimestral. Lo que estamos notando es venimos de estos mínimos, altos, mínimos más altos, y tienes estos altos, un alto más alto, y ahora estás acá. Ahora, mucha gente dirá, güey, esto es probablemente lo que vayamos a ver. El precio de esta cosa va a continuar acá y va a continuar subiendo. Pero si volteamos a ver todos los índices de volatilidad y momentum en esta cosa, honestamente no se ve nada bien. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está dándose la vuelta y lo mismo está haciendo el precio en este momento. Literalmente el promedio de la 9 está en 169.84 y estamos peleando para poder aguantarlo, pero muy probablemente, basado en otras temporalidades, no vayamos a poder aguantarlo. Vamos a ver por qué decimos eso. En la de un mes podemos ver que estamos perdiendo el 9 y también el 21. Estas son temporalidades gigantescas también, por cierto. Y estamos bastante abajo de ellos. El 21 está en 173.55, estamos cotizando en 170.13. Y la volatilidad, han visto cómo empezó a bajar y el precio también junto con ella en esta temporalidad, lo que nos dice que esto va a continuar. En la de 2 semanas, tenemos a la volatilidad expandiendo en lo que el precio está cayendo. Eso no es nada bueno y todavía le queda bastante para expandir. Esto nos quiere expandir. Esto quiere decir que esto va a tener continuación y este movimiento va a continuar a la baja en temporalidad de semanal. Acá puedes ver cómo rebotaste la volatilidad encima del promedio. Sí, cómo veniste por acá y rompiste el promedio a la alza justamente acá y la volatilidad empieza a expandir. Déjenme, perdón. Lo pueden ver perfectamente acá. Y ese movimiento literalmente es este bajón. Y puedes ver lo agresivo que está expandiendo la volatilidad, por lo que esto va a continuar para abajo. Ese es en la semanal. En la diaria puedes ver cómo está expandiendo aún más y eso nos está tirando por acá. ¿Qué estamos nosotros esperando el precio de AMAT? Puesto sencillamente basado en todo esto, que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja de acá, básicamente, y que estás intentando poder romperlo y te rechazó y lo mismo por acá y ahora tienes este gap. Muy probablemente vayamos a ver continuación de precio a la baja y nuestro primer objetivo está por aquí de los 145 a los 140, donde si ponemos todos nuestros promedios, digamos, en la semanal, podemos ver que el promedio de la 200 está acá y no lo hemos visto desde hace cuánto. No lo hemos tocado desde octubre del 2022. En la de 2 semanas tenemos al promedio de la 100, que también está por acá. Y lo que pensamos es que una vez que llegue el precio por acá, probablemente no aguante y vaya a continuar a la baja, simplemente porque todas las temporalidades se ve bajista. Pero sería importante para ustedes siempre, si están invertidos en esto o están haciendo un short en esto, lo que sea, ¿no? Tener en mente que esta va a ser una zona muy importante en los 145 y si la pierdes, junto con el promedio de las 200 en la semanal, si llegas a perder esta zona y este promedio, vas a probablemente buscar los $108 como tu siguiente objetivo en AMAT. Y vale, Vamos a buscar ahora XTIA. Y ahora, no nada más eso, tengo que ponerle la trimestral. XTIA. Oh boy. And,
I swear, people who ask for this shit are just trolling.
There is no way.
What am I supposed to get from this?
Nothing. This is just going to zero, dude. You're not getting anything, right? Like, there's no way you're getting anything out of it.
I'm not getting anything from this. Other than, I guess it's going to zero.
Hang on. I can't even see the price. Whoa. What the fuck is this?
This was in the hundreds of dollars. Aerospace company. They have earnings today.
Oh, wow. That can be good. Earnings, period.
The market cap is $4.8 million.
Yeah. Yeah, we should skip it to the next one.
Yeah.
I think so. This is like a going to zero, dude. It really is. Parodia, o sea, literalmente tocayo. Podríamos checar XTIA. Te vas a ir a cero. Definitivamente esto va a ir a cero. No hay de otra. Spotify. No hay nada en este gráfico. Nada que te diga que no vas a ir a cero. Cada que intentas retomar uno de estos es un rechazo. Te está rechazando el 9 y a la baja. Hasta en la diaria, güey. Ve lo lejos que está. No mames. Esas son velas mensuales. Vean esto.
The funniest looking shit ever.
Aquí no hay nada que analizar. Perdón. Absolutamente nada. Así que vamos a darle con la que sigue. That is Spotify. All right. Let's go.
Imagine if Buddy added a comment saying, I'm in from $400. Is it going back?
No, there's no way. There is no way. Your wallet would explode.
Your wallet would come to life and beat you to death.
That's right.
On the quarterly, we're currently about to close over our previous all-time highs. In about 14 days, on a monthly, my bad. In 14 days, we're going to close the monthly over our previous all-time high. Big high was $387.44. Usually, all-time high breaks are things that are not wise to fade, and strength leads to more strength. And now we're strongly above the 38.2 as well, and we're basing off of it. What we want to see on this next monthly open is for these ranges to step up, because right now, based off of this data that we have, they're all very close to each other, and they don't give you very accurate numbers whenever they're close to each other like this. So I would say if on a minimum, if we were to close over this previous all-time high, I'd be looking at somewhere around the 88.3, and that's at $527. Probably goes higher, but it's what's showing me that because the ranges are not quite accurate at the moment. Momentum is flipping back up, but maintaining the bullish control. Volatility is flipping up to 58%, so we could go a lot more from here before it stopped out. Should I do it from here? This one or the weekly? I'd do it from the monthly. $78.6 is at $268. Oh, 1,116.
Damn.
Imagine if Spotify is going at 1,116. What is going to cause that? Something blowing up in music, AI music, or some shit.
I wish I understood. Maybe they're adding ads to their podcasts.
Don't they already have ads?
Do they?
I think so.
I just feel like no one listen, it might be me, right? Because I fucking suck dick. I understand. I'm a person that is disgusting to work with in every single way for any big company. I understand. But man, I make no money off my podcast. And my car podcast was bigger than Joe Rogan's at some point at first. And at least in comedy, it was. And then now, and all I got was a fucking couch for free. And he was super shitty, and Farshad ended up taking it. And
Sheesh,
now
they gave Rogan $500 million.
that's what I'm saying. And now I got my podcast in Spanish. It's fucking doing really well and whatnot. I can't get one fucking idiot to give me 10 cents to sponsor that. And Spotify, I make absolutely no money. So I don't understand how anyone is making any money on Spotify other than just Joe Rogan and like 30 other guys.
Hit up some porn companies to probably sponsor you.
Probably will.
On the weekly, we're about to get a massive close over the 38.2. Last time we did that was back on this top right here in April of 2024. Then we ended up breaking it and continuing higher after we broke above it. Right now, momentum is in the bullish control and volatility is flipped up as well. 5 days kind of looking like a local top right now. Assuming we close like this, we're rejecting the 88.3. Momentum is still within the bullish control and volatility is still pointed up, which makes it less probable that it's going to close like this. But if it does close like this, we're going to probably come down towards this 5 EMA around like 424 and this top 38.2 at around like 417. 2 days also looking toppy, and it's going to close in 2 hours, rejecting the 95% while momentum is starting to flip down. That would give us a target of probably that 9 EMA around like 415, 420. Beautiful number, 420. Daily as well, giving this shooting star top candle, rejecting the 97.5%, and momentum is starting to come down. Volatility is about to is coming down as well. That would give us a move somewhere around like this top 21 EMA to this 38.2, which is right around that 415 to like 410 area. 4 hour, same thing. 4 hour just lost the 5 EMA for the first time since on this whole rally. Now momentum is starting to come down in volatility as well, and the jewel is starting to flip over within the critical zone, dark blue, and a God mode sell signal. That would take us to this minimum to this top 38.2 and this 21 EMA around like 430. And then the next target is the median at 415. Quarters at double extremes on the volatility, where we hit 3 periods of 100%, contracted a little bit, and then another 2 periods of 100%. But momentum is going to be pointed to the upside, and we're going to enter the critical zone for the first time ever. But that's also because we don't have much data. We can enter the critical zone for the first time ever, as long as price is above 184.60. We're at $461.
What if he doesn't hold it?
Oh, that'd be hilarious. That'd be the nastiest wick ever.
Ever.
That'd be on par, a nastiness with the last chart we just looked at.
Yeah, the Extina or whatever it is. Yeah.
Monthly volatility is currently contracting and it's dropped below the moving average. We're still within the critical zone, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $458. Weekly is expanding from 2 periods of 0% volatility, and we're going to be the Hamas setup.
It's happening.
We're going to flip down though if we close below $462.21, about like $1 below that right now, with 2 hours to go.
Come on.
5 day expanding from 3 periods of 0% volatility, and momentum is going to flip down below 161.39. 2 day expanding from 2 periods of 0%. We're at 89% right now, and we're going to flip back up as long as it goes over 455.42. Interesting. And we're going to hold the critical zone as well. Four hours at many periods of 100% volatility, and we're going to break down from the critical zone and break into the bullish control zone, and momentum is going to stay down as long as we're below 486. So the very low time frames are looking kind of corrective, while the higher time frames are looking quite good and looking like this is going to go to some retarded numbers. I have no idea how it's going to get to $1,100, but that seems to be the target, and I guess we should just stop questioning it and blindly bid, right?
That's right. That's what real men do when trading, my friend.
Real men don't use stop losses; they just get liquidated.
That's right. And then we live on the street for years and and scarred forever. That's it. It's been 4 hours, 13 minutes. Happy Friday. Is there anything else you want to add before you go? Enjoy your day.
I'm good.
All right. So let's just do me a favor and flick Alex in the balls, and hopefully he's feeling better.
I hope so.
All right, buddy.
I'm gonna see if he's hungry and I'll make a mistake.
Sounds good. Enjoy your steak. Enjoy your drinking.
Well, I'm definitely gonna enjoy the drinking.
No. Me sacó, tíos.